We're just going to wait just a moment here as the different participants file into the meeting. Thank you for your patience. We will begin in just a moment. I can see the participants populating. We'll give it just a moment, Madam Chair. I can see the participants are still populating. Great. Whenever you want to start, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, we are ready to go. So Lauren, if we can get started with the roll call, that would be great.
Absolutely. Janine Duran.
Here.
Celia Vanderloop.
Here.
Thank you. Jim Rada.
Here.
Jennifer Jaskolka.
Here.
Kathy Cooney.
Here.
Alicia Brown.
Here.
Jim Garcia.
Here.
And Chris Wyant.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Did everyone have an opportunity to review the agenda for this evening's meeting?
Yes.
Great. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve the agenda for this evening.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passes. Did everyone get a chance to approve the minutes from our last meeting that we had back in January?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Yeah.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. Thank you. So we're going to hop right into public comment for items not on the agenda. And the 30-minute public comment session will now begin. Following the guidance of a public health order from our Director of Public Health and Environment, the Board of Public Health and Environment will be conducting its meetings via a virtual platform. Virtual participation will allow voices to be heard while allowing for maximum safety in a time of a pandemic. To maximize the time for citizen comment, board members will not offer comments or responses. Board members or staff may contact speakers following their comment if they raise matters that lend themselves to follow-up. When called upon, please wait until our meeting host promotes you to speaker. When you are promoted, your screen will flash and will say reconnecting to meeting. Please don't leave the meeting. You will be reconnected and will need to turn on your camera if you have one and your microphone. Speakers should begin their remarks by telling the board their names. Once you are done speaking, you will change back to participant mode and see the screen flash one more time. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. You will see your time flash on the screen when you have 30 seconds left. If Spanish translation is needed, you will be given an additional 3 minutes for your comments to be interpreted. We will go ahead and get started. Speakers, please refrain from profane or obscene speech and direct your comments to the board as a whole and refrain from individual or personal attacks. So our first speaker for this evening looks like it's going to be Harmony Cummings, followed by Tess Doherty.
Harmony, if you want to go ahead and start your comment, please. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. My name is Harmony Cummings, and I'm here to talk about bathrooms and ask, what is a public health issue? Is the immense contamination of the Platte River a public health issue? I think so. There are many factors contributing to the pollution, including human feces. I lost my 4-year-old while trying to have my older son poop in a bush at a park because there's nowhere to go to the bathroom. Is pooping in a bush a public health issue? I don't know. Myself and many other women I know have had to go to the bathroom and change tampons in our cars or in public places. This is unsanitary and unsafe. We are putting our children, teenagers, and all of our women at risk. We are especially jeopardizing the unhoused women who have already suffered so much trauma and are at extreme risk of assault. Is this a public health issue? Preventatively, it's not that hard. Providing access to public restrooms helps alleviate many of these issues. I saw a news clip about new bathrooms on the 16th Street Mall, and it said this is a result of a pilot program started 5 years ago. One permanent bathroom after 5 years. I'm not sure what the program entailed, but if this is helpful going forward, everyone goes to the bathroom. Lots of women menstruate, and people need bathrooms. The Romans could do it. We can, and we need to do better. I love this city, and I don't want people to defecate all over it. And we need to treat all people like human beings, even the poor people. On that note, is not providing basic sanitation, bathrooms, and water to our unhoused populations a public health issue? As part of the 2019 lawsuit, the city has agreed to provide additional trash receptacles, restrooms, needle disposal, and sanitation to the unhoused. This has not happened, which causes things to get out of hand, and then the city deems the camps a health issue. We could do things preventatively to avoid public health issues before it gets to this point. In February, I watched a man freezing to death in front of my eyes, and the worst human suffering I have ever seen. I was at a homeless sweep. It was a bone-chilling 3 degrees. The man wailed in despair as his belongings were put in a dump truck, and I could see the frostbite forming on his skin. This will haunt me for the rest of our life, or my life. Is this a human health or a public health issue? The man's suffering will haunt me forever. Is the loss of toes, fingers, limbs, and ultimately life a public health issue? Or does it not matter because it happens to the poor? That's a public health issue. A loss of humanity is a public health issue. And it's a terrible lesson for our children. And I'm terrified for the future generations to come.
Thank you, Harmony.
Should I go? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, hi, my name is Tess Darty, and I would like to speak about an unhoused neighbor that we helped at the start of the last snowstorm. He was in District 10, and we helped him get to a hotel room because he was outside of a shopping area in a wheelchair with just a wet blanket on him. And we were able to connect him with a hotel and, through mutual aid, get him into a hotel. And now he's temporarily housed until June. And when I went to help him take off his shoes at the hotel, he still had hospital socks on from the last time he was in the hospital, during which time he had the last of his toes removed from frostbite. And hospitals across the city, in fact, I spoke with someone who was speaking with a ER doc at one of the burn centers in Denver, and they can't handle the capacity of frostbite victims in this city. And so my question is, what are we doing to safely discharge people after they are in the hospital? Safely discharging someone, certainly in most modern conceptions of the word safe, wouldn't include letting them go back to an encampment or to live on the street. It would be providing them housing. And it also would not include sweeping them, dramatically displacing them when they're injured and at risk for further infection and injury. There's a report from the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless that's from February 5th that says that, hospitalization rate for cases who are people experiencing homelessness is 28%, which is 3 times higher compared to the general public, which has a hospitalization rate of 9%, talking about COVID. They talk about how On December 29, 2020, the 48th Street Shelter testing event had a 32% positivity rate for guests. This is where we're suggesting people go instead of allowing them. It also says that that the Denver Homeless Leadership Council found that more than 25% of staff in some shelters have contracted COVID-19 over the course of the pandemic. So my question is we are only offering shelters as an option. We have 2 safe outdoor spaces provided independently and privately. And the city has provided some money for it, for the next ones, but has found no available locations, which is the biggest barrier to these safe outdoor spaces. We're not safely discharging people, which in some states is illegal. In some states, it's illegal for medical professionals to discharge people in the way that we are in this city. So I just wonder, to echo Harmony, what is public health and what are we doing? We are bringing to we've been begging the city every week to stop the sweeps. And we've been begging to provide housing and vaccinations. The report says that only less than 20% of people experiencing homelessness have been vaccinated in this city. That's alarming. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess. And it looks like our final speaker for this evening is Katie Blakely.
Oh, sorry, left my sticky note up. Hello. Thank you for the space to speak with you. My name is Katie Blakey. I live in Capitol Hill, and I'm speaking tonight about the physical and sexual assault women experiencing homelessness in Denver face. According to a report from Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, 50% of all women who are homeless report that domestic violence was the immediate cause of their homelessness, and that the trauma associated with intimate partner violence, which is often paired with financial abuse, puts women in a particularly vulnerable position on the streets. From that same report, they share that while experiencing homelessness, women lose privacy, personal safety, and financial stability. An overwhelming 92% of women report sexual or physical assault while experiencing homelessness. In Denver, sheltering options for women are limited. At the Samaritan House, one of the few shelters for women, there are limited beds available for walk-ins, and they're assigned each night through a lottery at 5 p.m. What are unhoused women supposed to do if they work later than 5? And as we know from service providers like the Coalition, shelters do not serve everyone. I've also heard from unhoused advocates of women being sexually assaulted in Denver's shelters. In October last year, I heard a loud, terrified woman scream around 10 or 11 last night, but couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Living in Cap Hill and knowing what I know about the sexual violence women face on the street, I'm afraid it was someone being assaulted. On a walk a few days ago, I came across a woman who's living in an alley near my home. I asked her what she needed, and she started crying and told me she needed sleep. I brought her food, water, tea, and clothing, but without any better options from the city, I fear for her safety. The unique trauma of women experiencing homelessness is compounded by encampment sweeps. I attended one earlier today and spoke to a woman who said city workers arrived at 5 a.m. this morning to put up fencing, making her feel like a caged animal. At another sweep about a month ago, I met a woman who was a victim of domestic violence. She told me that a contractor at the sweep had addressed her with a demeaning nickname. She also told me that was the 7th sweep she had experienced in 7 months. These traumatic displacements by the city isolate unhoused women, putting them at further risk of assault. I've heard from members of DDPHE's leadership that the amount the city spends providing services to unhoused populations far outweighs how much the city spends on sweeps. But this does not excuse the trauma they're inflicting on the most vulnerable members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. We don't have anyone else signed up for public comment this evening, so that will conclude our public comment session for tonight.
Janine, there's a hand raised in the participant list. I don't know if that's another person who would like to speak. David Hagan.
Thank you. Will, can you promote that person to speak, please? Thanks, Jim, as I did not catch that.
Hi, thank you for noticing me. I guess I signed up incorrectly. My name is David Hagan. I live in Denver, District 9. Last weekend, we encountered a couple of women that were in need of housing. One of them was a 57-year-old woman with no children, no drug addiction, nothing major going on in her life other than the fact that she married the wrong person and she had been unhoused because of that situation. Her entire life, she'd never been without a home, and she's not built for the street. She called, I don't know, she called numbers that I'm not even aware of exist to find housing, and was continually told to go to a shelter. But she also has a cat, which is not allowed at the shelter, so she was stuck in her vehicle. When we finally met her, mutual aid was able to pay for a hotel for a couple of nights, but we ran out of funds for that. And it's just, I don't know what to do about that situation, because now she's up back on the street living in her vehicle, where she's been approached by different men. Her vehicle's been surrounded. She's had to turn it on and just drive away very quickly several times. I'm sorry, I thought it died. I think that that's a matter of public health. I think that this person has done everything in their power, and it's up to, I think that the city needs to do something. It's up to the city to do something to help this person. I think that everybody needs housing. I think it's public health crisis when we don't put people in houses, based on what the other speakers have said. And then the other lady has 3 kids, I believe, and potential drug addiction. I don't know for sure, but she's stuck in a situation where she can't find a place to stay. And yeah, she's staying in a hotel with bed bugs. Well, not anymore, because she lost it today because we don't have any more money. As I'd continue to pay for it, except I don't have a job because I lost it because of COVID, but that's beside the point. I shouldn't have to be paying for it. The city should be providing this. I think it's a God-given right to have housing and food and shelter. I mean, education, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for public health. And I think the public health crisis is that we're not housing people. And then on top of that, we're sweeping the ones that are together. The numbers that Tess read are staggering. It's very alarming that we are, I don't know, this is 6 months into this that I've been involved, and I'm sure there were people involved before me that have been raising their hand and screaming, help. These people need help. People need help, and we need to start doing something about it. And as far as I know, that it's DDPHE that is the one is in charge of these sweeps, or Dottie, but DDPHE is involved. I think that it's time to raise our hands and say no more. Doing the right thing is what we do because it's the right thing to do, not because we don't do something else because it's easier to do or it makes other people happy. The right thing to do is to take care of all of us, not just some of us. So I'm just begging you all to please do something. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, I'm scanning participants or the attendees scanning the participants, and I don't see any hands raised. So with that, that will now conclude our public comment session for this evening. And we will now move on to our variance hearing. This is docket number 21-02, a petition from Bluff Lake Nature Center seeking a variance from Chapter 11 of the Denver Revised Municipal Code governing child care establishments. The petitioner has the burden to show by clear and convincing evidence that the petitioner will suffer undue hardship if the variance amendment is not granted. A variance amendment, if granted, would not adversely affect public health, and the variance amendment, if granted, would be in harmony with the spirit and purposes of the ordinance. The petitioner will be allowed a total of 15 minutes to present an opening statement, any evidence supporting the petition, and a closing statement. The Department of Health and Environment will also have a total of 15 minutes to present an opening statement, any evidence supporting or opposing the petition, and a closing statement. Once the parties have made their presentations, members of the public who wish to offer comments in support of the petition will be given an opportunity to do so, followed by members of the public offering comments in opposition to the petition. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes each, and I will now call the petitioner to make an opening statement.
Just a quick note, Madam Chair. I've promoted Rachel and Heidi. Rachel, if you can hear me, if you'll just
Yes,
tell me
I
if you
can.
got, great, thank you. Will there be anyone else joining you, or is it just you and Heidi?
Just me and Heidi.
And are you presenting this evening?
Yes, and I'm not sure why my camera's not working, but I'm going to share my screen anyway, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Very good. You can start when you're ready.
All right. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
And Rachel,
Alright.
really quick, if I could just swear you in, because it sounds like you're getting ready to share something, and I just didn't want you to dive right in, and then I have to stop you.
Yeah.
To have to swear you in.
Yep, go for it.
All right, thanks. Can you please state your name for the record?
Rachel Crouch.
And do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Rachel, I believe you've been made a co-host. Hopefully you'll be able to share your screen.
Yes, that looked like it worked. I also have Heidi Pfeiffer here with me. I'm not sure if she needs to be sworn in as well.
Yes, if you're going to be presenting, Heidi, if you could go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Heidi Pfeiffer.
And Heidi, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do swear.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we are going to get started. Again, my name is Rachel Crouch, and I'm the Executive Director at Bluff Lake Nature Center, which is a nonprofit nature center in Denver. And with me, I have Heidi. Go ahead.
I am Heidi. I'm the Summer Camp Director at Bluff Lake Nature Center.
So the scope of our summer camp programming is that we are applying for an outdoor-based school-aged program, which is operating as a summer day camp. We have a maximum capacity of 50 children aged 7 to 16. In previous years, we had been licensed as a building-based program when we had access to the Isabella Bird Community School. But last year, due to COVID, we did not have access to this school, which was very detrimental to us, and we had to last minute figure out how we could host summer camp. So we decided this year to petition for a new summer camp license using that the outdoor-based school-age program. So our program operates mid-May through mid-September, roughly 9 to 3 during the day with pre-camp and post-camp options. And during the day, the campers explore various parts of our 123-acre property. And this is a map of the property. The campers stay on these designated trails and in some of the designated areas like the amphitheater and other sheltered areas. We also on our site have a lake and a creek and really thriving habitats, which the campers are able to explore and engage with. So just to give you a sense of the impact of what our camp provides to the community, in 2020, we had 302 summer campers and 21 junior counselors. We were able to provide 42 full or partial scholarships, which totaled over $7,500. And we provided these to families based on need and also had a special scholarship this summer for children of essential workers. And this summer camp provides to Bluff Lake about $110,000 in earned income, which we use to directly fund our free education programs for the rest of the year. Because as a nonprofit, our entire mission is about making nature accessible. And if we did not have these funds, we would not be able to provide all of the free programming that we currently provide, which includes free field trips to Title I schools, free family days every single Saturday, and free entrance to the park every day for everyone. So today we are petitioning for these variety of different regulations, and we're gonna go through each one and explain what the regulation is and how we propose to continue making everything safe for the kids and not a risk to public health or the environment. The first petition is 7.6.1a, grounds. So this is a statement that says that childcare facilities cannot have animal droppings on their premises. So Bluff Lake is a wildlife refuge. We have animals that are roaming about, and it's not feasible for us to clear droppings off from paths or grassy areas because there's such a large amount of wildlife. So what we do is staff visually inspects each area as we approach it, and children are instructed not to touch droppings. If they do touch anything, we wash our hands very frequently. And we really use these animal droppings as teaching opportunities. So if we do see something that is in the view of the kids, none of us will touch it, but we'll gather around, we'll look at a book and figure out whose scat is that and learn about animals. If it's in an area that the kids need to be for eating, we follow all the procedures that we use for cleaning up spills of hazardous waste, which we will get to later. We also view litter as a leave no trace teaching opportunity, any litter that is found on our site.
Okay, so I'm Heidi to talk about prohibited animals. The issue with us for this variance request is that we are not allowed to have stray or wild animals on the premises. As a wildlife refuge, we do have wild animals around. They're not caged, we don't feed them, so they can kind of come and go as they please. That being said, the campers have very little to no physical interaction with these animals, with the exception of crawdads when they're in the creek scooping them out with nets, which we allow them to do catch and release. From a distance, we do see some wildlife like rabbits, hawks, deer, non-venomous snakes. We don't have any venomous snakes on site, coyotes, small mammals, things like that. But first of all, these animals instinctively want to keep their distance from humans. They just don't like, people, they don't like noise. But perhaps more importantly, we do use this as a teaching opportunity for the campers to learn why it's so important to give animals their space, both for their safety and our own. So again, we can talk about wildlife safety, which is something they can apply anywhere. For example, if you extend your arm and the thumb doesn't completely cover the animal, you are too close. The SMART technique, things like that, that they can do if they encounter an animal somewhere besides our site. But while they're on our site, it's a really nice controlled situation because the counselor is always leading the group on the walks so they can monitor the area and what lies ahead. They're trained in outdoor first aid, they're trained in wildlife safety, and they have noise-making devices should the animal act very, very unusually and try to approach, which has never happened.
So we also work with another nonprofit organization in the area called Nature's Educators, and this nonprofit is very well known in the Denver area. They rehabilitate injured animals and then use these animals as teaching opportunities to bring to camps and schools. At all times, the animals that are brought onto our site are either in cages or they are trained and held by a trained animal handler. So you can see in this picture, there is a gentleman and he has got the pigeon, I think, tethered to his hand so that it cannot fly away. So we do engage with some animals in this sense, but it's by a trained organization who is under control of the animals at all times.
Okay, so a really big one for us is everything related to water supply. Basically, we do not have indoor plumbing. So that means we don't have running water and we don't have hot water. So the first issue with this is, of course, drinking water. What we have done is campers and staff all bring their own food and water for the day. We give parents a guideline before camp as to how much water they should have their child bring with them as a very minimum. And we also do have single-use plastic water bottles from an approved source, which we can provide to the children as well if we need to. In terms of hand washing, we have hand washing stations throughout the site. That water is not hot water, but it does allow us to have the proper frequency of hand washing. They can still use soap and water, so they can still reach those areas and wash their hands frequently with both soap and water. And that being said, we don't have the need of hot water for dishwashing, laundry, or diaper changing because we don't allow any of those things.
Continuing on with what Heidi's saying about the plumbing system, We don't have flush toilets or permanent hand washing facilities, so we contract with Liberty Site Services, and on site we have 4 porta potties and 2 hand washing stations. In the upper part of our site, which is one of the headquarters home bases of summer camp, we have 2 porta potties. One is a regular unit, one is an ADA unit. And then we have a hand washing station that has about a 24-gallon tank. And then downstairs in our site, we have 2 other additional porta potties and a 45-gallon clean tank. We do not allow bathing on our site, so the need for showers or any facilities like that is unnecessary.
So in terms of maintaining these porta potties and hand washing stations, our contract is with Liberty Site Services, who provided them in the first place, and they come and service them a minimum of twice per week to make sure they're clean, they're empty, they have enough water, and if there should be an additional need, some kind of emergency, they will respond within 4 hours. If that were to occur, we would lock that particular area until they arrived and have campers and staff use a different station of one of our 4 locations. Staff will also clean and disinfect every morning these porta potties. So they'll arrive, they'll inspect them. If there's anything that needs spot cleaning, they'll do that. They'll also disinfect all the surfaces just as a matter of course. And they're also going to check to make sure there's enough toilet paper, there's enough paper towels. All of that should be replenished by Liberty, but we also have extra supplies of everything in the staff shed to sort of hold this over if it should run out in between services. And then another thing we do is after the day of operation, we do lock the porta potties overnight. Our site is closed anyway, but this just is an additional precaution to make sure that if somebody is on the site that shouldn't be there, at least they're not creating a dangerous situation or an unsanitary situation in the porta potties.
Another thing that we had talked about with the staff is that when we have a child who is ill or injured, we do have an area on site that they will have exclusive access to one of those upper level porta potty stations. So there's an area where they can lay down and we block off that porta potty and hand washing station so that other children are not using it at the same time. And we have full procedures for ill or injured children, which we have available on site, and it's available upon request, and all of our camp staff is trained in this prior to camp starting.
So another concern with the rules and regulations about the water is custodial areas. We don't have a custodial mop or sink. So the procedures we have in place to make sure that we can still be very clean and sanitary regardless is we have dozens of gallons of water that we bring in specifically for this purpose, always on hand. We have several large 5 to 10 gallon coolers and a water storage tank. And this is not for drinking water, this is for cleaning. So campers, first of all, will wash hands before and after eating at these hand washing stations. And they do eat directly out of their lunch boxes, and we discard any food that falls. If we see that any campers are, having a hard time resisting, like grabbing for something that they dropped, we can give them, we have silicone food grade placemats that can easily be sanitized that we can give them to eat their lunch on as well if they're having difficulty kind of keeping to the space of their lunchbox. In terms of cleaning and disinfection, we do have a detailed procedure written out for cleaning spills. It takes into account the different surfaces we have. So for example, some surfaces are concrete, some are natural surface such as gravel, dirt, grass, things like that. And it also takes into account what type of spill it is. So is this a solid? Is this a liquid? Is it a high hazard body fluid, blood, urine, feces, things like that? And depending on what it is, these procedures are very detailed. We'll have these on site and we'll have them available, not just available, but staff will be trained on them during their training week. And cleaning and disinfection, we will be using Oxiver wipes, single use, which are approved to kill COVID. Also just good old soap, water, single use paper towels, disposable sponges, and The solution for spills on a natural surface is we have a hand shovel. We basically just literally scoop up the spill, whatever is under it, and it goes straight in the garbage. And then we disinfect the shovel.
You have 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining.
Great. All right. That's it on this one, Rachel.
Cool. So this final section is that we do not have storage areas for the personal belongings of our campers. Each camper and staff member arrives each day with a backpack. The backpack stays with them all day as they hike around, and it contains their lunch, water, extra clothing. Students are not permitted to open or touch each other's bags or lunch and do not have access to staff bags. We do have a locked storage area that can be used by staff as needed. I think this will be covered by the staff, but again, we really hope that we can get these variances approved so that we can continue working with the hundreds of students that we work with each year at camp and the thousands of students we work with each year for our free programming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Would the department like to conduct any cross-examination?
Yes, this is Lacey James. I am the Child Care Program Supervisor at DDPHE.
Hi, Lacey. Thank you. If I could swear you in, please.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, so with the very detailed presentation that Rachel provided, programmatic-wise, and the specific plans that she has in place for operating this program, it is the department's recommendation that the variance be granted with the following stipulations that we have written out in both the response letter and the plan review process. They've provided, you know, like I said, just those specific details on how they plan to and will meet the intent of the rules while still, you know, keeping the children safe and healthy during this summer program. And then if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer anything regarding the stipulations or anything regarding the regs.
Okay, so yeah, you look like you have something.
Yeah, I'm struck by, and I'm gonna age myself here. 25 years ago, the city had Parks and Rec, and they had like summer camp in the parks. And what I'm struck by is like we're trying to make fit regulations for indoor camps to outdoor camps. And does the how does that work? Is there such a thing as a permitting program for outdoor camps separate from indoor camps?
So I think you may be thinking of some of these summer parks and rec programs, or summer in the parks happen at parks where they have permanent plumbing. And whereas Bluff Lake is unique that, you know, they don't have the permanent plumbing. So these parks where we have operating summer camps, they have, you know, running hot water and they have flush toilets.
Okay. So what happens if there's a storm or a tornado or something like that?
So in that case, we have several areas that are sheltered just by a roof. So when there's a light rain, which does happen time to time, we have plenty of space to sort of conduct our normal camp activities under these areas. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on the weather, and if a severe storm's predicted, we'll start calling parents for early pickup. In the meantime, we're slowly kind of gravitating all the children toward our main central building at the parking lot. And if it were to become very severe weather, we would all enter that building to be as safe as we're able to.
So you're saying if the weather was severe, you do have the ability to move the children inside?
Yes, well, it's not like a habitable indoor space. It isn't like zoned as a building that people are using. It's more like as an emergency, it is a physical building and that's where we would be. Our real policy is if the weather's bad, we're going to try to get the kids out of there before it hits. We're calling parents and having them come to early pickup. We also do have a couple of emergency meeting locations nearby, one of which is the King Supers, which is walkable from our site. So that's another place that we could take shelter if we needed to.
Okay. And is the entire Bluff Lake area enclosed by fence? I really don't remember. Where I'm getting at is like wandering off.
The area is not entirely enclosed by fences, partially because we want wildlife to be able to come and go. So in terms of, I guess, children wandering off, the idea is that we have relatively small group sizes per counselor. I think the legal requirement is something like 15 to 1 child to counselor, but we do more like 6 to 1. So we really have quite a lot of staff relative to the number of students, just because obviously, you know, this isn't a classroom. We really have to keep an eye on the kids and make sure that they're safe.
Thank you.
Do any other board members have any questions you want to ask?
I have a few questions. And I don't know who to ask these specifically to, but perhaps the first one is for Heidi or Rachel. How do you address the wildlife issues or having presence of wildlife when you're a building-based program? And why don't you need a variance for that? Maybe Lacey can ask or answer that one also.
I can attempt to answer this, but Lacey, if you want to add on, when we were a building-based day camp, we used that Isabella bird as our drop-off and pickup and did activities in those facilities. And so it was more like we were taking a field trip to Bluff Lake when we would go there during chunks of the day. And so there's just different regulations based on what a field trip looks like versus a full day camp.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
I mean, because anywhere you might be outdoors, you might have wildlife exposure, whether you're in a facility or not. So, okay.
Right.
Is the plan to keep, if this variance is approved, is it a long-term request, or are you planning to reapproach the school district to occupy the building again when it's available?
So our plan is for this to be a semi-long-term approach. Bluff Lake would love to build a building on our site and is in the process of starting a capital campaign to do so, which would allow us to have classroom spaces, indoor plumbing, all that good stuff. We're doing that for many reasons, but a big part of that would be to be able to have a building-based camp. It was really hard for us last year when DPS decided we couldn't be in that facility. So we would rather just continue to be on our site. And parents also really liked being able to drop off and pick up just on our site and not at that school. Kids had more time then during the day to be on site. It ended up working out really well.
So, but if there was an opportunity to go back to the school before your facility was funded and constructed, would that be an option for you?
It would be an option that we could look into. I think we would prefer to have this outdoor-based license.
Just because part of it is it kind of really involves very different instructions for the parents and sort of a different structure to the day. Like, are we going to be doing a morning hike just to get over to our site? Where are we telling parents to drop their kids off? So it'd be really, really nice to be able to just sort of be consistent with that and to know ahead of time to just be able to have parents plan on that and simplify. So if possible, we'd love to stay at our site if we can, you know, as long as we can show you guys that we can do so safely.
Okay, and then my final questions are the old health inspector in me. I just have a question about, you mentioned the toilet facilities and hand washing facilities are cleaned in the morning. Are you approaching them more frequently or than that during the day or just as needed? And I assume that the morning cleanup is just for any contact that there might have been overnight, but is there do you ever see a need or perhaps a desire, and maybe Lacey can add to this comment too, more frequent cleaning and disinfection than once a day?
Just based on past experience, first of all, we're not just sort of sending kids off to the porta potties, like they're always being escorted there, and we also supervise hand washing. So if there's something gross, they are going to let us know when they walk out. That being said, staff is also, of course, using these porta potties. There's only 4 porta potties and there's like 10 staff members. So the nice thing is just sort of naturally speaking, the staff is in and out of there quite a lot during the day, and the kids are using it with staff in close proximity. So we haven't felt thus far that we need to have sort of like set inspection periods throughout the day. But if that is something that you all would find valuable, we could certainly institute that.
Is the nature center
And they
open to
still
the
are
public?
spot cleaned.
I'm sorry.
You were saying that still are spot cleaned. Like if we were to encounter something during the day, we would stop and clean it. I guess I meant, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
is the nature center open to the public while you are occupying it also?
It is. So one of the porta potties, they are all open to the public. One of them we lock as soon as camp ends, and the others we lock as soon as the center ends. So they are open to public members as well, which is a necessity kind of just based on our infrastructure if we're going to have the site open to everyone. But again, that being said, that's kind of another reason that we always do have the counselors accompany the kids to the porta potties, and they're checking it frequently.
Right. Well, final question. What are your eating tables made out of? Are they wood? Are they plastic, steel? What are they?
So there's kind of a variety there. We have some just traditional sort of folding tables that are plastic. We have some stump tables, which is basically wood that has been finished with like an outdoor coating. And then often campers will just be sitting on like a rock or a log and eating out of their lap. That's what they really like to do, which is kind of why we had come up with that placemat compromise, because it's basically going to kind of depend, like, does this kid look like they can handle, only putting food in their mouth and not getting it everywhere? If not, we're going to have to set them up with this placemat. But they kind of rotate, they're hiking around, they're doing their activities, and they kind of rotate where they're eating.
Great. Well, as Lacey probably is very familiar, wood isn't a really easily cleanable surface. So
Yeah, they are like finished so that they don't, because otherwise they would erode immediately in the rain and things like that.
Enough in the weeds from me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chris, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was trying to look through the regulations today. We really just saw the full set of regulations. And Lacey, I wonder, can you talk just a little more about an outside child care center, and are these all the things that would vary from the requirements for that? Just kind of tell us a little more about outside facilities.
Yes, good question. So yes, we went through the regulations, and these regulations specifically apply to the outdoor program that will be operating solely outdoors. The other regulations would be the ones that they would have a building-based access. So these were the ones that stood out as, needing to be a variance request petitioned so that they could operate safely and, meeting the intent of the regulations.
So what I'm thinking a little bit about here is precedent you might be setting, because there may be other kind of unimproved areas like this that don't have built-in things like plumbing and so on. And I'm just wondering if somebody else were to come to you with a similar situation, is the variance applicable to others? And I guess I'm wondering ultimately, is it something that really needs its own set of regulations, a kind of an unimproved versus an improved outdoor area? And I just don't want us to set a precedent and then have to have a problem down the road where the next one really doesn't quite work with the same variant. So can you talk a little about what you're thinking there?
Absolutely. And I think more and more these last few years, we've started to see different programs operating and operating differently. We last year had a program that was interested in operating out of a mobile unit. So an RV that they kind of converted into a childcare program. So I think more and more we're starting to see these unique programs. And I think that's a very valid point. And, you know, maybe these regulations we need to take a look at to, you know, have something that's specific to these outdoor programs or these more unique programs. So definitely, I think something to consider as we start to evolve and start to see all these unique programs starting up.
I mean, it goes without saying that kids play outside a lot and get their hands dirty and need to find a place for bathroom services and so on. The problem here is there's a little more risk for Heidi and Rachel because they're taking care of other people's kids. So I just want to make sure that the department's really, I mean, it's nice you're trying to make this fit, but I want to make sure you're really comfortable that you're not helping them incur a risk that really is going to be a problem somewhere down the way. So, okay, thanks.
Did any other board member have a question that they wanted to ask? Okay, not hearing anything. Does the petitioner want to make any a rebuttal or offer any rebuttal evidence?
I would just like to add that Bluff Lake has been running these summer camp programs using indoor facilities for over 10 years, but as the Stapleton and now Central Park neighborhood has really built up around us, the popularity of our camps has increased. In 2021, we currently have 300 kids on our wait list for summer camp. So there's clearly a high demand from the families in this area for programming. And this camp is also real special that we offer so many scholarship spots. So we try really hard to make it accessible. So we really hope that you grant this variance so we can continue doing the work we do.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Does the DDPHE want to make any rebuttal or offer any rebuttal evidence?
No, thank you.
All right. The petitioner, do you have any closing remarks?
Oh, I guess those were my closing remarks. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. DDPHE, do you all have any closing remarks?
No, thank you.
Okay. At this time, members of the public in support of the petition are welcome to provide comment. Each member's comment shall be limited to 3 minutes. Members of the public may ask in order in which they are signed up to speak. When you speak, please state your name for the record. And do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Madam Chair, if it's okay, we'll utilize the raise your hand function.
Okay.
Did you say, is it folks supporting the petition go first?
Yes.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment about this particular variance in support of the petition, please utilize the raise your hand function now. We'll give it just a moment. We have one member of the public who would like to offer comments.
Okay, go ahead. First.
Ms. Doherty, if you can hear me, if you'd go ahead and unmute yourself, you've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
So this is in support of Bluff Lake, of the program, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, I am a former DPS teacher, and I know that the program works really closely with DPS, and I was a special ed teacher, and they have, they're really good at like accommodating kids with special needs and everything. So I just wanted to support whatever can sustain this program and keep it going. I'm in full support.
All right, thank you, Tess.
Madam Chair, I do not see anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the petition.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, members of the public in opposition of the variance petition are welcome to provide comment. Each member's comment shall be limited to 3 minutes. Members of the public may speak in the order in which they signed up, and we're obviously not signed up, so we're going to use the hand raising function as well. Again, when you are promoted, if you could please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll give it just a moment. No public commenters wishing to give any testimony.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony and comments. This concludes the hearing, and the board will now deliberate.
So I guess I could kick it off. I'm in favor of the variance. I do want to echo what Chris said, that we seem to be shoehorning a little bit a situation into regulations that are clearly designed for facilities and buildings. I think there has been adequate attention given to providing sanitation for the kids. I'm going to defer to the department in terms of, like, you know, the appropriate staff ratios and things like that. So, but I do feel like we, there needs to be some thought given to the precedent and to how would you address similar situations where it's clearly an outside camp that is kind of being shoehorned into an inside camp set of regulations.
I really like the program. I think it really serves that group or that age group of kids really well. I think there are inherent risks with having outdoor camps, and you know, obviously you've gone a long ways to try to address the sanitation and hygiene needs of the students. I guess I'm curious about, you know, whether this needs to be a permanent variance or should there be some discussion amongst the board about a term. We've done other variances before to, you know, to kind of evaluate these kinds of decisions over a period of time. You know, I'm curious if the board would entertain an opportunity to revisit this perhaps next year if necessary, you know, and put a term of this season only on this, and that with an evaluation report by the department, just to make sure that the decisions we're making with regard to alternatives to these regulations are actually working. And if there's any observation that would be made during the year through inspections or through reporting requirements from the department to the operator, to, you know, make sure that, you know, that it really is working, or that perhaps adjustments need to be made.
So the department's recommendation is for conditional approval, which might help that cause. So it does say that if concerns arise or if there are other requirements needed, that they can impose those requirements. So I don't know if that sort of gets at what you're getting to, Jim.
In some way, I guess it does, but, you know, I'm just wondering if there's, you know, we've done several other variances where we've actually put a term and required a report back. And I think to kind of your points, Chris, is it, if this is a, I guess if what I'm reading on here is a conditional approval, does that really mean that that we're just giving a variance or giving approval to the department that they can make adjustments on the fly without coming back and asking for approval of changes that might be necessary to address something that's come up relative to the variance?
Probably a question for Lee. Can the staff suspend a variance approval without the board's, or is the board issues it, does the board have to suspend
So
it? Or
It's the
revoke it?
board, it's the board's authority to grant the variance. So no, the department could not itself revoke the variance.
Okay. But they could come back to us and recommend revocation.
Correct. To that end, I don't know of any variance that this board has granted that has been not term limited, right? So I don't know that we've ever said, thou shall have a variance forevermore.
But I don't see anything on this request that suggests that it's not permanent. So I would suggest we consider a one-year variance and ask for a report back. And then if everything is going well, I would not be adverse to next year saying, you know, it's all good forever, or it's all good for another 3 years, or perhaps there's an update from the operators as to what their building plans look like and those kinds of things.
I think Jennifer had a comment.
Yeah, just two short comments. I would suggest that alcohol-based wipes be available just in the event there's a hand wash equipment failure, and that the camp consider routinely cleaning high-touch surfaces, which in my mind, I'm thinking about the handles in the exterior and interior of the porta potties. So just a couple suggestions from me.
And I would just be remiss if I didn't follow up on Jim's line of questioning as far as the restrooms being cleaned a little bit more frequently, especially if it sounds like there will be some public restroom utilization, and being that we are still in the middle of a pandemic and everyone will not be vaccinated, and perhaps everyone does not necessarily want to get a vaccination, and so that children may still have an exposure to COVID, and not to mention the exposure that they have still within their own homes. And so COVID is still very real, and it's something that needs to be contended with. And so I would suggest that those restrooms are cleaned way more frequently than the one time a day, and then more than that spot checking that's going on, but that there is a frequent schedule for restroom cleaning that needs to be followed, is what I would suggest needs to happen. So did anyone else have a comment, or it sounds like, Jim, you may have a motion that you are perhaps ready to make.
If there are no other comments from the board, I'd be willing to make a motion that we approve this variance request with the condition that it be for one season, and that there be a report back or another request next year should they need to operate the same.
I would second.
Method.
And Jim, question, just as I type, is that motion, so I heard the additional component, which is the term for a year. Are you also suggesting subject to the conditions that the department has laid out in its recommendation, or not?
Including the conditions that is added.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And does that incorporate the additional cleaning Janine was just talking about?
I would incorporate the additional cleaning and the additional provision of supplemental hand washing with alcohol-based wipes, as Jennifer has suggested too.
Okay, sorry. I just need to make sure I get this exactly right, because it's going to be in the, if we move forward, it's going to be in the order. So additional cleaning, can we be more specific on what that means exactly?
Additional cleaning and disinfection of toilet and hand washing facilities. I don't know if there was a recommended frequency or not on it, Janine, but that there be more frequent based on recommendations from the department, and we think would be adequate. and that there be supplemental hand wipes, alcohol-based hand wipes provided for in case of hand washing facility failure.
I'd second Jim's motion if there isn't already one.
All right. Are we good to keep going, Lee? I just want to make sure we're in a good space. I know that was a lot.
Thank you for that. I think so. I think the motion that was on the floor and seconded was a motion to approve the variance request subject to the conditions that were laid out in the department's recommendations, with the additional condition that there should be additional cleaning and disinfection of toilet and hand washing facilities, and that there will be supplemental alcohol-based hand wipes in case of hand washing facility failure, and that the term of this variance shall be for 1 year.
Yes, with the report back after 1 year. And at that time, there will be another request.
If desired by the applicants.
Right.
Okay, so there is in fact a term, right? We are saying the term of variance is free. Yeah. Okay.
Right, for 1 year, for one season or 1 year.
Okay.
All right, we're good to go? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Okay, so at this point, any discussion from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and I'm sorry, I think I'm going to ask for a roll call on this particular the variance request. So Lauren, can you do a roll call on this one?
Yes, absolutely. Janine, would you like to go first?
Yes, aye.
Great. Celia?
Aye.
Jim Garcia?
Aye.
Jim Rada?
Yes.
Jennifer Jazkolka?
Aye.
Kathy Cooney?
Aye.
Alicia Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye for me too.
Oops, I'm sorry, Chris. I already had you down since you seconded. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. It looks like that motion passes. So thank you, everyone. That concludes this hearing. Okay, so we are going to hop right into our next hearing, docket number 21-04, petition for variance. This is docket number 21-04, petition from Denver Department of Parks and Recreation seeking a variance from Chapter 36 of the Denver Revised Municipal Code governing noise. The petitioner has the burden to show by clear and convincing evidence that the petitioner will suffer undue hardship if the variance amendment is not granted, that a variance amendment, if not granted, would not adversely affect public health, and the variance amendment, if granted, would be in harmony with the spirit and purposes of the ordinance. The petitioner will be allowed a total of 15 minutes to present an opening statement and any evidence supporting the petition and a closing statement. The Department of Public Health and Environment will also have a total of 15 minutes to present an opening statement, any evidence supporting or opposing the petition, and a closing statement. Once the parties have made their presentations, members of the public who wish to offer comments in support of the petition will be given an opportunity to do so, followed by members of the public offering comments in opposition to the petition. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes each, and I will now call the petitioner to make an opening statement.
And I believe that petitioner, Madam Chair, Jeff should be joining us here momentarily, and Paul Redessel from the department is also joining us as a panelist. Just a moment, please.
Yeah, hi, this is Jeff Prink with Denver Parks.
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Good.
All right. So if I could, if you could just introduce yourself and if I could swear you in.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Prink, Denver Parks and Rec Irrigation Project Manager.
Thank you. And do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You solemnly swear, I'm sorry, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Well, mine is not going to be anywhere near as elaborate as that last one. That was impressive. So I've got a request for a noise variance for installing a well at Harvey Park, and the well construction requires 24/7 round the clock operation to drill a well. So now backing up, Harvey Park was tagged by the state for having an improper water storage. We had irrigation water rights, but we did not have storage water rights. So in the last couple of years, I've been working on a new irrigation system that will use the irrigation water rights that we have coming from the ag ditch and taking the whole park off of treated drinking water. So we're going to save Denver Water about 20 million gallons a year of clean drinking water by converting the park to our irrigation shares from the ag ditch. But in addition to that, with us not having a storage right, we need to provide a secondary water supply to keep the lake full based on evaporation, and then just the non-irrigation times of the winter and spring fills. And that's where the well comes into play. The well is also going to serve as a backup for irrigation water if we should have trouble with our ag ditch shares coming from through Riviera Lake, which is to the west. We'll always have the backup of this well to serve as backup irrigation water supply. So part of the well construction is drilling that will be over 500 feet deep and take a couple weeks to accomplish. We've requested a 3-week time period for the variance because of just in case something comes up where it takes longer. But the well drilling contractors I've been talking to think they can have it done in 2 weeks. So the round the clock drilling will be the request for the noise variance. And we have worked with a consultant, Barron's and Associates, to provide the technical data and all that. And I thought Andrew was joining us, but I'm not sure I see him. And I don't see him on my screen, but do you guys see Andrew?
Jeff, what is Andrew's last name?
Truitt.
Say it again.
Oh yeah, he's here.
His hand is raised there on the participant.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Radich. One moment, please.
Yeah, he can provide a lot more technical information than I just did.
Mr. Truitt will be rejoining momentarily as a panelist. And then, Madam Chair, you'll swear him in. Mr. Truitt, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself just so we can identify you, please.
Hey everybody, I just rejoined. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Truitt, can you please introduce yourself and allow me to swear you in?
Absolutely. My name is Andrew Truitt. I'm a senior engineer with Barron's and Associates Environmental Noise Control.
Okay, and do you solemnly swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Very good. So yeah, I'll give a brief just overview on the services that we provided in support of this project. So as I described, I'm a senior engineer with Barron's and Associates Environmental Noise Control, and we're an acoustical engineering firm, and we were retained by Denver Parks to provide the acoustical engineering support, not only to evaluate the potential impacts of this project, but then to potentially propose some mitigation for it and support this variance letter and associated variance hearing. And so I don't know if any of you have perhaps gone through this process before, but suffice to say that there is engineering means and methods that can be employed to exercise some due diligence and predictively see whether there's going to be an impact. And so what we did for this was we employed what's called acoustical noise modeling software. And so using data that we, the company, have actually collected from these water well drilling rigs, we use 3D acoustical modeling software to actually predict how that sound is going to spread over a given area, and then identify what those levels are going to be and whether they're going to be in excess of the allowable levels for the area. In this case, we do predict that they would exceed the residential noise limits that would otherwise be required for that area. And so therefore, some mitigation was looked into to see whether that could limit the impact. When I say mitigation, there's a couple of different ways this can be done. In this case, there would be a perimeter wall that would be erected around the border of the facility. And this would be not just any wall, but actually an acoustical barrier wall that is engineered to reduce noise. Even with with using that barrier wall, we do still expect to exceed that limit. Those residential limits are pretty tight. And so that's why we're looking to seek this variance. Obviously, that mitigation would still be proposed, thereby reducing the impact on the public during the duration of this project, but the variance would still be required. And it's worth noting that the drilling does need to occur, unfortunately, for 24 hours a day during that certain period. Once that tooling is down hole, you can't simply stop it. You need to keep on going until you hit the target depth for that. And so that is really the purpose of this variance, is that if this was only daytime occurring activities, this may not be necessary, but because it does unfortunately have to occur, that's the purpose of this. It's worth noting that even if the variance is granted, there are two additional limits that need to be considered here. One, just because you have a variance doesn't mean you can exceed any limit at all. There is a limit listed by the city and county of Denver, and Mr. Riedesel can speak to that a little bit more specifically, perhaps, about the origin of that. But it's 75 decibels, and we do not expect to exceed that. So we are not exceeding, or we do not predict to exceed, that upper limit that would still be employed even with this variance. And then additionally, there's some other EPA limits that we've referenced in our variance letter, which we do not predict to exceed. So I hope that gives everybody just a brief overview of some of the means and methods and why we believe this is appropriate.
Paul, would you want to show that screen of how we anticipate the impact with the sound walls?
Well, Paul's gonna have to wait until I call him up for the department to present.
I can show that too. If you like.
Oh no, I meant Andrew.
Yeah,
okay.
No worries. Let me see here. So let's do screen sharing. Oh, it looks host disabled participant screen sharing. If you guys wouldn't mind approving that, please.
I just made you a co-host.
Very good. All right, there we go. And let's get the right screen referenced. Is everybody able to see the screen?
Yes.
Very good. So this is the letter, the variance letter that's been submitted, and everybody should have in their possession. And at the end, we have a couple of maps that are shown. Obviously, one showing an aerial of the Harvey Park Lake area. And then this is a map showing the individual receptor locations. And when we say receptor locations, those are basically where potential points of noise compliance would be assessed per county code. And we put actual calculation points within the modeling software. And so there's a table in the report that references what the values are at those individual locations. But then additionally, one of probably the most important outputs of this modeling software is what you're looking at now. And we call this a noise contour map. And what this allows us to do is effectively visualize something that we can't inherently see, sound. And this indicates the location of the proposed water well drilling rig here in the middle. And if this was an unmitigated project, we would expect this impact to be the case. And so you have the highest sound levels there, of course, closest to the machine. And then as the distance increases from the source of the noise, the machine, it attenuates, or it dissipates. And that's a natural phenomenon of sound. As you increase distance away from something, it will attenuate. But in this case, the offset distances are not sufficient to let it naturally attenuate to the levels it needs to. And so what we are proposing is basically an acoustical wrap around the perimeter of the site. And as you can see, if you compare the two different levels, you're going to be getting about a 5 decibel reduction. In some areas, a little bit more, depending on exactly how that sound propagates. And it's worth noting that to the human ear, a 5 decibel reduction is actually about a 25% reduction. So sound, our ears are very, very, very sensitive. We can hear a tremendous pressure range. And so the decibel scale is logarithmic. And effectively what that means is that we've squeezed down a lot of a huge number scale into a smaller number scale. And so $5 might not be a lot of money, but 5 decibels is actually a decent amount of acoustical energy. So it's about a 25% reduction with the proposed efforts. But like we said, we are still seeking this variance. And I'd be, of course, happy to answer any other questions that the board may have. And and Jeff, if you'd like me to hit on anything else, don't hesitate to chime in.
One thing I did want to add is, in addition to the 16-foot sound wall that we're going to use around the entire construction site, I've also budgeted in some 12-foot panels that will be placed immediately next to the equipment. And that wasn't part of the study, but I just thought that in an effort to do everything possible to reduce the sound, I wanted to add that extra layer. So we'll put some 12-foot panels in front of the equipment, kind of between the equipment and the 16-foot wall in the homes to have additional reduction. So the goal is to make it, to get the well in, of course, and to make it as unobstructed to the neighbors as possible, with the noise.
Jeff, does the sound wall go up immediately upon the beginning of the project, or does that go up upon bringing the rig in and getting it set up and before it starts to operate?
Actually, we do have a contractor in place. I haven't given him notice to proceed pending all these the hearing and the variance and all that, but I think the way when I discussed this with them, they planned on, the answer to your question is it'll definitely be up before we start drilling through the night. But by looks of their schedule, it looked like they were bringing it in to sort of use it also as construction fence. But that I can't be totally sure of, because I haven't really dialed in the schedule that tight with them because of the, awaiting this variance. But the work area is already fenced with a regular chain link fence, and we have an access point because I've already done the new irrigation pump station out there. That part's in. So yeah, I would have to say I don't know exactly their timing of it yet because I haven't finished the contract, but I can say it'll definitely be in place before we set up a drill rig, because that's, the main purpose of this is to buffer the sound. But so we'll be we'll be well below the daytime numbers because it's going to be fenced during construction. So
okay.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the date or the timing of it yet, though, when they would install.
Can you describe you mentioned that you try to do the noisiest part between 7 and 10 p.m. Can you tell us a little bit about what is that creates the greater noise level, and how do you sort of manage that? My assumption is the drill rig, once it starts, it pretty much makes the same noise throughout. So can you help us with that?
Yeah, I'm not a water well drilling expert by any means, but we've got a decent amount of drilling experience, so I think I can speak high level enough for that, and Jeff supplement it if I'm any by any means. But the long and the short of it is that you have the motor, which is typically some sort of internal combustion engine that runs the drill rig itself. You have a series of mud pumps that are basically pumping fluid both down the hole and out of the hole. And then some sort of gen set that's on site to provide power to the whole setup. So it's a relatively compact setup for something like this. But yeah, once it's on and under load, that's a relatively consistent noise level. It's worth noting that we did assume a full load condition for this modeling, so we are assuming worst case scenario. So quite frankly, there likely will be activities as they're swapping out pipe or swapping out tooling where it's not predicted to be this impact the entire time, but obviously we wanted to be conservative and assess the worst case scenario. So this does represent a full load condition.
Thanks.
This is Jennifer Jaskol. A quick question for you. I'm trying to reconcile a couple of dates in my mind. When do you expect the drilling project to commence?
I was hoping to get started in June.
Okay.
And then wrap up mid-August. We think the whole project will be about that, that 10-week time frame. If I can get started earlier, I will, because like I said, this is tied to, once we get this done, then I've got my irrigation project coming in that's got to finalize their piece in this construction area. So the goal is to be in and out of here and then get the whole park wrapped up and have it, fully functioning and the park recovering, because it's been a construction site for a while now. I did want to mention too, I've been in regular contact with Councilman Flynn, and he's been contacting his, his citizen or neighbors around there through his newsletter. So, they've been asking questions about the irrigation project, and they're aware of this upcoming project, and I will continue to do that and work with the neighborhood associations and even some door-to-door stuff, letting them know as soon as we get the variance and I'm going to get started, everybody's going to be aware that this is happening.
So it sounds like you would be okay with a variance that is granted maybe through mid to late August?
Yeah, we asked for the long term just because of when we first turned this in, there was some unknowns about bidding. I hadn't received the bids back on the project yet, and so I didn't know if the bid was going to come in within budget, and just a lot of variables. So the ideally, yeah, I get them started in June and then finish up mid-August. I extended the dates like most contracts just in case, problems arise and we run a little long. But in an ideal situation, yeah, I'd be out of there with any of this noise stuff by the middle of August.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking is that the Public Health Investigations report recommended a variance until the end of the year, December 31st, and it sounds like that might be a bit excessive. So if I just want to let the board know that if we do agree to approve the variance, we might want to evaluate the date or the span.
Yeah, it was completely based on not knowing exactly when I could get the contractor in place and get the work started.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for bringing that up, Jennifer, because I was also going to ask, because I had seen two different dates. I had seen May estimated to run 4 months, which would have put us at September, and I had also seen no later than December. So thank you for bringing that up. Were there any other questions from board members? Okay, not hearing anything right now. It looks like we're going to hear from Paul right now. So, DDPHE, would you like to present any evidence in support or opposition to the petition? And Paul, you're on mute. You're on mute, Paul.
Oh, there we go. My name's Paul Redessel. I'm with the Department of Public Health and Environment, handle the noise program.
Let me swear you in too, if you're going to present. All right. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Just in a nutshell, the department does recommend approving this variance. As Andrew stated, there's been quite a bit of actual work put into mitigation with this particular project. We take into consideration the same normal considerations for any of the noise ordinances. This one additional consideration that's a little different is because it is a well drilling project. In my past life as an environmental consultant, I've run a number of drilling projects, and yeah, you cannot stop the drill rig once it's started. Otherwise, you risk losing the drill and all the flights attached. And you can't really break them down and back them out, because then you risk collapsing of the hole, which in many cases does occur. So that was that's the primary reason, as Jeff had stated, for actually even coming to us for this variance. These noise levels that are predicted, I went back through and also looked at the numbers. I came up with the same numbers that Andrew had produced. Another thing to note too is as those noise levels go out into the neighborhood, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but the multiple structures aren't necessarily taken into account. So in other words, those noise levels at a lot of places as you get further back into the neighborhood will actually be less than what those lines depict. In some cases, if it's a clear shot to the noise source or to the sound walls anyway around the noise source, then those lines of noise would be accurate. Let's see. Other than that, it's the conditions that we've placed on this. Of course, the approval or the recommendation for approval from the department are contingent on the 11 conditions set forth in the recommendation from the department. They are the same 11 conditions that you usually see with noise variances. Other than that, I would just say I'd be happy to answer any questions we can drill down on if you'd like.
Is that a pun?
Yeah.
So I do have a question, Paul. So most of the noise variances we issue are sort of moving operations, like the street repaving and so on. This will be a fixed operation. Even with the lower levels, do you ever tend to have any issues about what might be a lower level of sound, but it might be because it's constant, it creates more community concern than if they knew the machine was going to be moving by and was only going to be in front of their house for an hour?
Yes and no. I was going to say my experience has also been that when you have a constant noise source and you know what it is, it can be a situation where you can sleep through it, as opposed to the occasional loud bangs and crashes, something that's unpredictable that you don't actually get used to. That's one of our issues really with a lot of the high efficiency air conditioners. They constantly click on and off, and you go from a real quiet noisescape to all of a sudden something that's like 3 to 4 times as loud as what it was just a moment ago. So, I mean, you can get the person too, you know, once you hear the drippy faucet, that then you can't not hear it.
Yeah.
But this would be a fairly consistent, constant noise, as opposed to kind of an unpredictable one. I mean, unless somebody drops a bunch of flights, you know, that'd be noisy.
Yeah, I guess I am thinking that there may be more opportunity for somebody to complain or want to spend a night elsewhere. And it appeared in the request that the accommodation part was sort of an afterthought, as opposed to what we've seen before, which has been a little more considering that may actually happen. I think this may be the case where there may be the one that doesn't like the faucet drip that's going to say, I can't do this for for 3 weeks in a row. So I think it's worth just bringing up. Thanks.
Do any other board members have anything for Paul? Okay, not hearing anything. Does the petitioner want to make any rebuttal or offer rebuttal evidence?
Yeah, I don't really think I have much to add. The one thing I guess I picked up on as the discussion was going on, we're just slightly above 50 for most of the homes. You know, the direct hit of, like there's like the front facing homes are going to be the most impacted. And that's just barely over 60. And with the noise requirement being under 50, it's not, I mean, yes, it's noise, but it's not like we're hitting almost 75 or something like that. So I look at it as we are trying to do the sound wall to get as close as we can to not being an impact to them versus not having a sound wall and saying, well, we're under 75, so we meet the requirements of a noise variance. Parks is doing everything we can to make it go as smoothly as possible. And we will also try and shorten that 3 weeks down to a couple of weeks if possible. So I want to get it in out there as quick as I can and keep everybody happy.
Well, I'm not critical of your effort. Even if it's at the level or below the standard, it's a noise that's a new noise that's not in the neighborhood. And those are the kinds of things that I think neighbors tend to pick up on, that why are we getting this noise, even if it's not a loud noise. So, it's just that there will be people in the neighborhood for whom that's a problem.
Are there any other questions? Okay, does DDPHE want to offer, make a rebuttal or offer rebuttal evidence?
I don't have anything more.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Does the petitioner want to make a closing argument?
No, I don't have anything else.
All right. And does DDPHE want to make a closing argument?
No, thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you so much. And this time, the members of the public in support of the petition are welcome to provide comment. Each member's comment shall be limited to 3 minutes. And we will use the hand raising function. So we will look for anyone's hand raised now. When you speak, please state your name for the record. So we will wait just a moment now to see if anyone wants to speak. Okay, doesn't look like I'm not seeing anyone. Okay. At this time, members of the public in opposition of the variance petition are welcome to provide comment. Each member's comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. And I will look for hands now. Okay. I am not seeing anyone raising their hands to make a comment. So thank you for your testimony. This concludes the hearing, and the board will now deliberate.
I think the petitioner's done all the appropriate work to justify the variance. Department is satisfied, and so I'm satisfied.
I think, Jeff, my only comment or thought about this is that if this variance is approved, that real strong action be taken on the part of anyone and everyone within the city that has an interest in this project to address those folks across the street from the drilling rig and really work closely with them and help them understand the project and what to expect in terms of various types of noise. And you may want to have your driller talk with those folks too, so they understand the project and the process. But I also agree that you've addressed the city has addressed the criteria sufficiently for me to justify the variance.
It appears, is there anybody else that has a comment? Because I'd be willing to make a motion that we approve the variance as presented with the conditions as recommended by the department.
So,
oh,
sorry, Chris, this is Jennifer. I would just ask again that the period of the variance be limited.
Thanks for reminding me about that.
Do you have a recommended period, Jennifer? I mean, I understand that there is the ability for them to get done significantly quicker than the end of December, but at the same time, they do have the, when you get a driller out, it's costing you money, and so they have an incentive to get it done once they're out there.
Well, what I would recommend is maybe mid-September. They did state that they expect to be done mid to late August. And so giving them a 2-week buffer is what I would suggest. But I do, it definitely is a discussion point.
Madam Chair, can we ask Jeff if that time frame seems suitable?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, based on the schedule that I'm looking at and after talking to the contractors just today, depending on, we just have to process our work order through the Denver approvals, which is, let's see, we should be able to start in June based on all those, the process and signatures. So yeah, if we would go till, mid-September, I would feel comfortable with that.
So I would amend my motion to be approval based on with the conditions recommended by the department, including a end date for the variance of September 15th, 2021.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
Chris, can you just confirm what that date was again so I can write it down?
September 15.
Okay, thank you. Let me make sure I have that.
All right. Okay, so board, we are at 7:15 and we know we have a hearing, or not a hearing, but a presentation that's scheduled for an hour. So would you all like to take perhaps like a 10-minute break and come back for the for this presentation? Seeing some yeses. So we are going to take a 10-minute break and resume at, let's see, it's 7:26. We're just going to say 7:27. I know that's an odd time, but we'll resume at 7:27 to start the presentation so we can get our full 10 minutes. All right.
Madam, just a quick. Sorry, Madam Chair. Just a quick note to the presenters. You might notice that you were promoted to panelists. This is for the folks who are going to be participating as presenters as part of this presentation. We'll try to accomplish that during the break. Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out who we're missing.
I'll make a general announcement if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Presenters, I believe that all presenters have been promoted to panelists, but if you were planning on presenting and you are still in the attendee list, please raise your hand. And then I'll just add that because, as I mentioned, we have presenters from several different agencies, but one master slide deck. I believe what we're going to do is board staff will control the deck. Our board secretary, Lauren Rolfe, will control the deck. And as these different folks who have been promoted to panelists, when it is their turn to speak, they can simply unmute themselves and begin speaking. Presenters, please, I can see that you're all muted now. Please be sure to keep yourselves muted before and after you speak. And Madam Chair, unless you have anything else, I believe we are ready to begin, and I believe we begin with Ann Williams.
All right, let's go.
Thank you. Thanks, Will, and thank you, board. We are here tonight because the board has requested that we provide information on the work being done to address homelessness in Denver. This is not meant to be a comprehensive readout, but rather a snapshot of ongoing efforts made by several city agencies, including DDPHE, to address the issues. I'd like to start by recognizing and saying thank you to all the presenters here this evening. Our guest presenters are Britta Fisher, Executive Director of the Department of Housing Stability, or HOST, Senior Park Ranger Luke Hauser from Denver Parks and Recreation, and from the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, or DOTI, Deputy Manager of Utilities, Margaret Medellin. From DDPHE, we have several folks presenting. From our Public Health Investigations Division, we have Dana Kali, Jenny Loth-Hill, Grace Nelson, and Matt Wilms. From our Community and Behavioral Health Division, we have Tian Tong, Betsy Chan Pasek, and Marion Rourke. We also have staff members standing by in case they can assist with answering questions. We do have a lot of slides to get through, so we appreciate you holding your questions until the end of the presentation. To get us started, I'd like to introduce Britta Fisher from HOST.
Thanks, Ann. Good evening, everyone. My name is Britta Fisher, and I'm the Chief Housing Officer for the City and County of Denver and the Executive Director of the Department of Housing Stability. I am pleased to be here with you this evening and set some of the context for our work here in the City of Denver. We at the Department of Housing Stability seek housing stability for all here in Denver. We want to have a healthy, housed, and connected Denver. When we look at the housing spectrum, this department really brings together that full housing spectrum from our unhoused neighbors, those in shelter, those in rental housing, those in affordable home ownership. When we talk about this continuum, we serve people at the midpoint of income. So median is the middle point of income. And here in the City and County of Denver, that's about $100,000 for a family of 4 or $70,000 for a single person. So we serve people at that and below with our products. That's affordable home ownership between 80 and 100% of AMI and rental below that. Next slide. Tonight, you've asked me to speak about homelessness. And I really like to talk about that context and that homelessness is a symptom of many other issues and system failures in our community. And that's not just the City of Denver. We see nationally many people experiencing homelessness. One of the primary themes that we see is that housing is out of reach, that there's a high cost for housing and there's mismatched stock. There's also incomes that have been largely stagnant. If you look back to 1960 to 2016, we had housing median rent go up 61% nationally, while incomes only rose 5%. That creates a gap in affordability. We also know that some of the reasons for people experiencing homelessness that we've heard from them are health problems, including the medical debt that comes from some of those health problems and escaping violence. But none of these is universal. The experience of homelessness is unique to each person. And undergirding these many experiences, we see the impact of racial disparities. We see an overrepresentation of people of color here in Denver and across our nation in experiences of homelessness. As we look at that, we know that at the bottom and the end of the day, that housing that is affordable, safe, and healthy is that stable platform to address any issue in life and to end an episode of homelessness. Next slide. So who's experiencing homelessness in Denver and how many? We right now have about 51 out of every 10,000 Denver residents experiencing homelessness on any given night. Each year, where there is a census done through HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department, that requires us to do a point in time count of who is experiencing homelessness on one night, usually in January. Basically, the question is asked of people at shelters and in outside living conditions, where did you spend the night last night? And that helps give us information about how many people are experiencing homelessness. And there's several other questions. Last year in 2020, 4,171 Denverites were counted as experiencing homelessness. 996 were counted as experiencing unsheltered homelessness. One of the things that we did last year was really utilize our data systems to provide the sheltered count and then put all of our volunteer efforts towards helping to count those who were experiencing homelessness outdoors. This year, the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative did not do this count in January due to the pandemic. Instead, we hope to partner with MDHI this summer to conduct that count. Some of the things that you can't see from this slide is about 29% of people experiencing homelessness are experiencing chronic homelessness, which means they've been experiencing homelessness at least 12 months or 4 separate episodes. And also interestingly, that 1 out of 4 people experiencing homelessness in Denver was age 55 and older. We've definitely seen our people experiencing homelessness aging. Next slide. As I said before, we see overrepresentations of Black, Indigenous, people of color, as well as our households that are reporting an ethnicity of Latino or Latinx. When we look at this chart, you'll see an overrepresentation in many categories, very starkly for Black and non-Hispanic, non-Latinx. And we also have 23% of those experiencing homelessness are Black, non-Hispanic, non-Latinx. When you look at the general population of Denver, we have more than half of Denver residents identifying as white, or that's 54%, but only 43% of those experiencing homelessness. Next slide. As we think about the context of how redlining and other housing policy has continued to live out in those racial disparities, I want to turn my attention then to some of the resources that we're providing. Shelter is provided throughout the community for individuals, for families, and many household compositions. When you access that at our website, denvergov.org/emergency shelter, you can see and find those resources. Some of the things that have been interesting this year is that with COVID, we've set up additional shelter. We've set up auxiliary shelter to help provide space. I want to thank the Denver Department of Public Health and Environment for partnering day in, day out throughout this pandemic with our service and shelter providers and providing guidance to provide healthy and safe sheltering. Next slide. In our outreach efforts, we have the Denver Street Outreach Collaborative and the Strategic Outreach to Large Encampments, or SOUL team. And these teams are nonprofit workers that are connecting with our people experiencing homelessness who are unsheltered and outside, and helping to connect them to shelters and supports and housing wherever we can. The large encampment team has come up in the pandemic as we had hotel rooms that we put up. I said that in COVID-19, we've set up many more shelters. Well, some of those are hotels and motels, more than 1,000 rooms. And so we have utilized these outreach teams plus nurses to help go and assess for COVID symptoms and to help connect people on the FEMA eligibility categories for those who are 65 and older and at high risk for negative consequences to COVID, and for those currently experiencing symptoms of COVID. There are many other outreach teams that we work with here in Denver and many nonprofit partners as well. Next slide. One of the innovations that you saw this year was the addition of temporary managed campsites. This is really a widening of the path of stability here in Denver that includes outdoor spaces. While we take a housing first approach and an inside approach on many levels, we've added this temporary managed campsite as a temporary solution to help meet some of the needs as we've seen an increase in unsheltered and unmanaged encampments. So what is a safe outdoor space? It's basically a place to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19, introduce additional sanitation, and to help connect people experiencing homelessness with basic safety and better connect people who are unhoused with healthcare, case management, and housing resources, and reduce that impact of unsanctioned camping in our city. We have recently done a contract with the Colorado Village Collaborative to help fund 2 sites. There are currently 2 sites, one at 14th and Grant and another at 16th and Pearl. And one is run by Earthlinks at 14th and Grant and one by CVC. There's also tiny home villages also run by the Colorado Village Collaborative. This is a different type of alternative shelter that can help people into more autonomous spaces and also introduce more platforms for connecting people to services and to housing solutions. Both of these are newer innovations that we continue to observe and monitor and see what outcomes we get towards housing stability and permanent housing. But so far, the indications have been very positive. What we have seen at the 16th and Pearl site is 14 residents that were connected to dental health services, and this is just since December. 5 moved into tiny homes, and 4 have been connected with the VA, and 2 have been connected to housing vouchers. So really seeing some stability and really positive momentum from these interventions. Next slide. And this is what I love to talk about, is housing as well. When I talk with people experiencing homelessness, the thing that I hear them say that they want, that they need, is housing. And supportive housing is a model that basically takes housing and wraps it with services to help people maintain their housing and their health. I want to draw attention to just a couple of these projects, but overall, these 4 projects that we funded in just the last months represent about $12.3 million in city financing and will produce 254 affordable homes. Now, these homes are affordable at 30% of the AMI, or area median income, and below. That's like $25,000 a year or less. And these homes also then wrap those supportive services, primary health care, tenant landlord supports, things like that, that help people stay housed. The one that I wanted to point out is Legacy Lofts. That's at 22nd in California. This is just breaking ground, an exciting project because it combines really housing and health. It has 98 affordable housing units at the top. And then on the first floors, there are 75 recuperative care beds where there are medical services provided. So what does that mean? Somebody has maybe been in the hospital and they're not sick enough to be in the hospital anymore, but they don't have a home for recuperation. So these medically assisted beds are available to help somebody recuperate and recover from medical conditions. Another one that I wanted to point out is Valor on the Facts. That one is on East Colfax and was recently approved by City Council. It's 72 units. It has $2.4 million of our department's funds in it. And the developer, Brothers Redevelopment, has partnered with the Brain Injury Alliance of Colorado to provide services for people with brain injuries. Traumatic brain injuries are common amongst people experiencing homelessness. Next slide. So the supportive housing is exciting. We have 1,600 other units here in the city at 22 sites being built across the spectrum of affordability. But I usually get asked about what any one individual can do. And so, yes, we need to build more housing. We need to address services and supports and examine our policies to address the overrepresentations in persons experiencing homelessness. And we also must understand what's happening to people before they are experiencing homelessness and address those problems, sometimes called working upstream. I think as an individual, it's always important to be there for your family, your friends, and your neighbors to help be a supportive person for people who are often experiencing trauma and crisis. And then also serve in your community. You can join boards, you can give comments to many plans, and those of you who are watching are probably very involved residents, and we appreciate your feedback. So those are some of the things that I just wanted to touch on in our short time this evening. So thank you, and I'll be hanging on to watch the rest of the presentation and see if I can help answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Britta. And now, next up, we have Danica Lee from Public Health Investigations.
Thanks, Britta. Thanks, Anne. My name is Danica Lee. I'm the director of the Public Health Investigations Division, one of our divisions in DDPHE. And we are also the division that does some work around encampment. So what I wanted to start with was a timeline. I think it's really helpful to understand where we've come from. And there's been just tremendous progress and changes over the last dozen years or so. And really the scope of work that we do now to support both service providers for people experiencing homelessness, as well as people experiencing homelessness, is huge compared to 12 years ago when we did virtually none. So going back to 2009, the only activities that we had in service provider locations, meaning overnight shelters primarily, were food safety inspections and complaint response. And even then, we only were inspecting some of these service provider locations because we did not have a good inventory of all of them. In 2009, we were hit with tremendous budgetary limitations, and we had to suspend a number of our regulatory activities. And so we made a decision at that point to suspend all inspections of nonprofits. That did include overnight shelters as well. A few years later, we had the opportunity to reconsider that approach when we had a Staphylococcus aureus foodborne outbreak at one of our largest overnight shelters. And at that time, we did make the decision to resume shelter inspections, and that was just still the food safety piece. In 2014, we realized that we needed to do more to get an accurate inventory of all of the nonprofits that were conducting food handling. And so we worked with the Department of Excise and License to develop a nonprofit, no-fee licensing requirement for those facilities that were serving regulated food that were nonprofits. And then in 2017, so 2016, there was a large fire in Oakland, California, that really opened a lot of different eyes at the municipal level around the country and raised some huge concerns about safe spaces for people to be living. And at that time, DDPHE led a interagency process for all the different city agencies that have a regulatory role to go into shelters together to conduct full inspections. And our approach there was kind of bring everybody together at the same time to do that work, because it can be really frustrating if you're a regulated entity to try to work piecemeal with various city agencies. And so we went through this pretty big process to make sure all the fire code issues were addressed, that Our residential health code was addressed, and food safety. And then also above and beyond that, that we were offering consultative support to these entities to figure out how we can support healthier spaces. In 2018, our department started to receive complaints for the first time, at least in significant quantities, about public health impacts and environmental health impacts of encampments. So we started to respond to those. In 2018, we conducted our first area restriction. And we're going to talk a bit more about what that means, but essentially that was DDPHE using health authority to temporarily restrict an area so that it could be cleaned up. And in this case, it was an encampment area, and we were responsive to many requests from an overnight shelter that this camp was adjacent to. There were all types of safety issues and hazards that were resulting from the challenges of having an unmanaged encampment. I do also want to mention real quickly that we kind of expanded our suite of services at that point to include syringe access program regulation. And this was really an opportunity for us to learn about harm reduction strategies and really embrace those. And so we've had a lot of opportunities to work with many different service providers. And you've heard from some of those service providers like HRAC, who we work very closely with. We've been very supportive of different innovative strategies to provide low barrier temporary housing and shelter, such as the tiny home village, also safe outdoor spaces in 2020. And then also going back to 2018, we really expanded our work at that point to be much more proactive in terms of infection prevention and also supporting healthy spaces. So we started doing work in a way we never had before, connecting with service providers, trying to provide resources, proactively making these relationships and connections, and not just being reactive to complaints received or conducting inspections. 2019, we were the lead agency in responding to the hepatitis A outbreak in Denver, and it was an outbreak that impacted a number of different people, including populations, including people experiencing homelessness. Also that year, we've been working closely since 2019 with charitable food service donation entities. So, churches that want to make food and give it away, and charitable organizations that want to make food and give it away, especially to people who have food, who don't have access to adequate food. 2020, of course, COVID response. COVID response there's been some really exciting things that resulted from that. This has been a transformative opportunity for our department, and the level of work that we have done with service providers to support people experiencing homelessness is incomparable to anything that we did before that point. And we're really grateful for all the partnerships and support we have from service providers. We are also a key agency in supporting safe outdoor spaces. And we now have a position that's focused on systems level support for service providers, overnight shelters, day shelters, and other service providers to support people experiencing homelessness. So I think that gives you a bit of an overview. We went from, in the 2000 era to doing almost no engagement with service providers and people experiencing homelessness and homelessness issues to where we've gotten the last few years. And now I am going to introduce Grace Nelson from my team, who's going to talk a little bit more about some of the work we do in shelters and then also with hepatitis A. Grace.
Thank you, Danica. Yeah, so as Danica mentioned, especially in recent years, our public health investigators within our division have been routinely engaged with service providers through inspections to ensure compliance with Denver rules and regulations, as well as responding to complaints related to food safety or housing concerns, and also investigating reports of communicable illness. And when we use the term service providers, especially in the context of our division, we're including all those organizations that provide a range of services to people experiencing homelessness or housing instability that are not limited to emergency sheltering services, day and overnight shelters, transitional housing programs, meal services, and workforce development, to name a few. On this slide, you'll see some complaint and inspection metrics for the last couple of years, including 2021 to date. And I just want to draw your attention to a couple things here. You'll see there was an exponentially larger number of food safety program inspections that were conducted in 2020. And that is so large in comparison to other years because our team was conducting weekly, sometimes multiple inspections per week at the National Western Complex and Coliseum, shelters that were opened as overflow shelters in response to the pandemic. So our team was out there quite often during that response. Similarly, you see an increase in residential housing program inspections this year and last year, and that is a result of increased engagement during the COVID-19 response as well. Next slide, please. So the hepatitis A outbreak response is a great example of a complex public health response that really involved DDPHE at the center and involved quite a bit of our staff time and a lot of really important lessons learned that transferred over to how our department approached responding to the next public health crisis in COVID-19. Colorado declared a statewide hepatitis A outbreak in October of 2018 that was not resolved until actually earlier this year. You'll see some of the case information there. The first line on the slide, 418 total cases, that was statewide in Colorado. In Denver, we saw 108 outbreak-associated cases, and 75% of those outbreak-associated cases reported experiencing homelessness or substance misuse. And I will mention too, this outbreak in Colorado and Denver reflected a nationwide trend of increased hepatitis A outbreaks spread through person-to-person contact. And although this outbreak response was multifaceted, we wanted to highlight a few key public health interventions that required a high input of resources from our team, but really were central to what our response looked like. The first is temporary housing for cases. This specifically for cases to stay during their infectious period. And this was an important control measure for controlling transmission of the illness. But a challenge was there was a lack of available respite beds at this time. So the response team dedicated tremendous time and effort to identifying solutions using hotel and motel partners, which required significant coordination and education. Interviewing cases to understand where they spent time was also a really important part of our response, especially to help direct our vaccination and prevention efforts. But another challenge we were faced with was cases who were hospitalized being released or discharged from the hospital before being reported to public health and before public health could intervene to connect that individual with a temporary housing option to stay during the course of their infectious period, as well as conduct a public health interview. So our team worked with critical partners like the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, HOST, and the Salvation Army, who aided in helping us to locate someone who left care before those interventions could occur. And lastly, one of the largest undertakings was the massive vaccination campaign that was organized and executed by DDPHE with clinical support from Denver Public Health. These vaccination clinics began when we really saw transmission increasing in July of 2019 and continued through March of 2020. They were scheduled 5 to 6 days a week, sometimes multiple events in a day, and occurred at day and overnight shelters, harm reduction centers, and other areas where people experiencing homelessness gathered. This also included vaccination clinics delivered by walking teams in different areas across the city on Denver streets, on trails, and in Denver parks. And really, innovation, flexibility, nimbleness are all kind of characteristics of what these teams became as we developed what this vaccine campaign looked like, because a team going out into a park, needs to not only administer a vaccine, but provide education and information about the outbreak, how someone can protect themselves from hepatitis A, and also look up vaccination records. And all of this was really with a central goal of trying to meet people at risk during this outbreak where they are. Let's see, the success of the clinics led the team to be able to easily add meningococcal vaccines partway through our response to address kind of a concurrent public health concern within this population. And all told, you can see the vaccination numbers there on the slide. Nearly 3,000 hepatitis A vaccines were administered and over 600 meningococcal vaccines. The Department Operations Center was activated to support this response in October 2019 and was demobilized at the end of January in 2020. And during that short window of our response, 1,300 DDPHE staff hours were documented. So that kind of gives some context over the commitment from the department to address this outbreak. And really in closing, the relationships, like Danica mentioned, that DDPHE strengthened, especially at the operational level with our investigators, with service providers, and the successes that we learned and the approaches we took with the vaccination clinic really carried over as we, again, took on the next public health crisis in COVID-19.
Thank you so much, Grace. I will now turn it over to Jenny Loth-Hill. And Jenny, if you can, I think we have just a few minutes. I think we're running a little bit behind schedule, but introducing Jenny from my team as well. Jenny, if you are speaking, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
No problem. Great.
I apologize. So to piggyback, thank you, Grace and Danica. To piggyback on Grace's comment, we really strengthened our partnerships with service providers and other partners by adding a position to provide systems level support. We've developed guidance and materials. We also are members of a very collaborative and coordinated task force, the Denver Joint Task Force, which includes our partners from HOST, Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, Denver Public Health, Denver Health Hospitals, and members from the Homeless Leadership Council. And through this task force, we are providing a multi-agency, multidisciplinary response to COVID-19 for people experiencing homelessness. In addition, we participate in meetings and also the work of the Homeless Leadership Council, the HOST shelter operations, and the State Emergency Homeless Task Force. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the Homeless Leadership Council's resource library. An immediate need emerged to disseminate information and resources as quickly as possible to our service providers. I manage this library with my counterpart at Urban Peak, and it is filled with public health resources, staff trainings, videos, handouts, reports. We publish our testing schedule in the library, as well as now our vaccination schedule, and it has really serve to distribute resources where they're needed. In addition, we have worked very closely with our service providers to develop specific guidance for their request. We've shared that guidance with other local public health agencies, the state's Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and our team has also provided guidance to Tri-County, consultation and guidance to Tri-County Health Department. Next slide, please. So another thing that we've done is distributed a large number of supplies, specifically masks, hand sanitizer. We've developed very much materials that are specific for people experiencing homelessness, informed by people experiencing homelessness. So this is a copy of some materials that we developed. We also have taken a very innovative approach and have partnered with the Peer Navigator Collaborative. These are individuals with training that have the lived experience of homelessness. We conducted a survey that rendered 104 responses from people experiencing homelessness to inform our vaccination strategies and the materials that we use, as well as educational approaches that are person-centered for people experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. This is a picture of our awesome DDPHE testing team in collaboration with Denver Public Health and Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. We have sponsored 272 testing events to cumulative 16,500 tests. We provide routine surveillance testing to all the shelters and providers that we work with. In addition, we can increase the frequency of testing up to weekly, and we provide guidance and resources for outbreak mitigation. In addition, the good news is, and I've updated the data as of today, we have provided 1,521 vaccinations through the DDPHE, Denver Public Health, and Colorado Coalition mobile vaccination clinics. Next slide, please. And this is a copy of the DDPHE Denver Public Health dashboard for people experiencing homelessness. People experiencing homelessness experience a large number of health disparities. I do want to point out or draw your attention to the fact that people experiencing homelessness, when they acquire the COVID vaccine, 27.1% of individuals experienced hospitalizations as compared to 8% of individuals that have housing. Despite the disparities that individuals experiencing homelessness face, our coordinated and collaborative approach informed by people experiencing homelessness has significantly reduced the impact of COVID-19 for people experiencing homelessness in Denver.
Thank you, Jenny. And just as a quick point of clarification, that hospitalization disparity is for people who contracted COVID. And I believe I'm turning it back to Anne to take us to our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Danica and team. Next up from DDPHE, we have folks from our Community and Behavioral Health Division, and we're going to start off with Betsy Chandapaseth.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Betsy Chandapaseth, and I am really happy to be here tonight to talk to you all about Wellness Winnie. Wellness Winnie, which we lovingly called Winnie, is a program that launched at the end of February 2020. And in March of 2020, many of the team members were redeployed to COVID-19 response, but continued to provide light programming. I'm a LCSW, and I oversee a team, like I mentioned, that provides direct services and support to people focusing on behavioral health assistance. I do want to mention that our services are meant for all people, regardless of their housing status. Wellness Winnie does travel through the city and county of Denver 3 days a week. We have a fixed route, and we are out in the field approximately 15 to 17 hours per week. We co-locate with community partners who do not have a behavioral health component. Next slide, please. With Wellness Winnie, I want to mention that all of the people that we interact with are met with their basic needs. So if you think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we're offering snacks, food, beverages to every single person that we interact with. That also provides us with the opportunity to establish relationships with people and engage them. I also want to mention that once we have been able to engage people, that my team and I are able to provide more intense services like behavioral health screening and assessments. I also want to mention that we do have the ability to transport people by way of providing a taxi voucher or a bus ticket for individuals who may need a higher level of care. So for instance, needing support through the walk-in clinic at Mental Health Center of Denver because they're having active suicidality. I also want to mention that we do many referrals or linkage to care for the purposes of continuity of care. Next slide, please. And up on the screen, what we have here are metrics from our service offerings. I mentioned earlier in my presentation that the program did launch at the end of February 2020. So the numbers that you have on the screen from August 2020 to February of 21 was when the Wellness Winnie came back from deployment to address COVID-19. And so I'd like to just go over the numbers a little bit with you. So like I mentioned, everyone that we interact with is offered something to drink and a snack and basic hygiene products. Those are the 2,000 people that we've engaged with that you see on the screen. Out of that 2,000 number, we've engaged 99 people with one-on-one peer supported navigation, 41 one-on-one clinical case management sessions, and I'm also really excited to note that of those one-on-one sessions, about 20% of the people that we've interacted with have returned 2 to 5 times for another service operation. We are a very low barrier program, meaning we don't collect any identifying information for people to access basic resources like the hygiene products and like the food and the snacks. In situations where I am doing behavioral health assessments and I do need to capture somebody's name, but like I said, those are very limited circumstances. And the last thing that I want to mention is that our team does offer and provide naloxone, which is a life-saving drug that can reverse an opioid overdose. And we've completed 20 naloxone trainings and have distributed 20 naloxone kits as well, and more naloxone later. I'd like to really just talk about the people that we're interacting with on a more daily basis, like on a daily basis. These are individuals that are in dire need. Some of them are not experiencing homeless per se, but they are very close to experiencing homelessness. And so my team and I will support them in any way possible. And so I think next we have a Tien Ton.
Yep, we do. We have Tien is up next. Thank you. Thank you so much, Betsy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tien. I'm the program administrator for the Substance Use Navigator program, also known as SUN. SUN provides staffing for both clinical and peer support to correspond with a variety of agencies, including DPD's Homeless Outreach Team and Denver Human Services. The clinical navigator's role is to provide behavioral health screens and match needs to levels of service. But as part of that process, if somebody needs transportation or say temporary shelter to seamlessly transition into services, we may provide like a Lyft ride or a bus pass or hotel vouchers for that purpose. The peer navigator's role is to support the clinician and also meet clients where they're at, similar to a little bit of what Jenny had spoken about regarding peer work. They build rapport with individuals, trust, encourage motivation with contacts to engage in services and treatment. But really beyond those roles between the clinical and the peer navigators, they work so hard daily, sometimes 10, 12-hour days, sometimes on Sundays. They're just always willing to go the extra mile to get someone connected to resources whenever that individual is ready to engage. Next slide, please. So the data on the right is our annual data, 2020 totals, as well as 2021 from January up through this past month, March 31st. You'll see for 2020, the numbers, even though that's over the duration of an entire year, are much lower than the current years. Part of that was due to COVID. We did not do any outreach for the majority of the year, for 75% of the year, essentially. And so the number of engagements that we had for 2020 were 130 compared to currently for the past 3 months, we've had 215 engagements. 200 of those engagements we've provided referrals for. On the left side is a snapshot of the most recent month of data. So for March of 2021, we had 264 total contacts. What's included in this contact count are all contacts, whether or not formal services were provided. And then over 100 engagements, and an engagement is where we did provide formal services, including screening and assessment, or resources, referrals, and counseling. And then 112 referrals to resources and services such as Denver Health's MAT induction program or other treatment services at the hospital's behavioral health clinic. We also do referrals into other treatment programs, not just Denver Health, although Denver Health is our subcontractor for this program, but other long and short-term treatment options, connections or reconnections to MHCD, CCH, and other programs. And then that next bullet, 26 follow-ups. The follow-ups are subsequent engagements that were made to the same contact. So if we've already contacted someone initially, that subsequent contact is counted in this month's data as a separate count. Hotel vouchers, as aforementioned, are for the purposes of seamless transition into further services. We've provided 7 hotel vouchers in the past month. And then not all contacts are made through encampment sites, but we did provide outreach and support for people at 58 encampments in March. One thing that cannot be captured through this data are the narratives experienced by people we are able to help. Similar to what Betsy had mentioned, we have success with engaging someone every day. One individual who we had repeated contact with over the course of a year never wanted to engage in services, one day decided she wanted to get treatment. And we put a plan in place for her detoxification, met with her to get her inducted onto MAT treatment and connected with housing providers to set up shelter. So, we come across individuals like that pretty regularly, where it takes a few different contacts before they may be willing to engage, but we're there for them and ready to support them seamlessly and immediately once they are ready to engage. Another individual who we encountered at one of the cleanups needed a place to go for just a few days so that he can complete an intake with Samaritan House, which Britta, I think, touched on a little bit earlier. We did get him a hotel voucher and maintained contact with him and his case manager until he could safely transition into transitional housing. And all the while, he maintained contact with our staff and continued to work on a plan for treatment. So that's our SUN program in a nutshell.
Thank you so much, Tian. Next up, we have Marion Rourke from Community and Behavioral Health.
Hello, and thank you for having me. This will be pretty brief since you guys have already heard me talk about some of these programs in previous months. My name is Marion Rourke. I'm the Substance Use Resource Coordinator with the Substance Misuse Program at DDPHE. Just so everyone knows, the Center for Disease Control Prevention consider harm reduction any behavior or strategy that helps to reduce risk or harm to yourself or others. So there are a couple of things that we're doing within our program that focus on harm reduction. And similarly to as Betsy mentioned, these are services that are available to folks regardless of their housing status. So one of the main things is syringe services programs. They reduce the harms of substance use. They are community-based prevention programs. Currently, we fund 3 programs in the city, which are Colorado Health Network, Harm Reduction Action Center, and Vidant Health. And they serve both housed and unhoused populations via both static sites and mobile outreach efforts. So some of the services that they provide are linkage to substance use disorder treatment, access to a disposal of sterile syringes and injection equipment, and access to naloxone. And as Betsy mentioned, naloxone is an opioid antagonist that reverses the effects of an opioid overdose. Next slide, please. So we do know that people experiencing homelessness are disproportionately impacted by fatal and non-fatal overdoses. To address some of the increases that we had seen in recent years, Denver's chief medical examiner issued a standing order that makes it possible for trained DDPHE staff and park rangers to carry, administer, and disseminate naloxone. In 2020, overdoses made up 42% of the deaths among those experiencing homelessness in Denver. Another thing I'd really like to highlight is the amazing work that the syringe services programs are doing and their participants who are people who use substances that are actively working to improve the health of themselves and and folks around them. So from 2019 to 2020, the number of overdose fatalities reversed by program participants increased by 57%, from 775 to 1,215. So those are literally lives that have been saved by participants of these programs, and the rates probably would be a whole lot higher if we didn't have those services available. Currently, we are working on expanding access to free naloxone via multiple avenues, and these will be coming up soon. So one is peer-to-peer based naloxone distribution, which will be essentially paying those program participants who are helping to reverse overdoses for the work they're doing to help save lives in the community. Establish an online portal for folks to access naloxone and provide communal kits for agencies and businesses. Some of the agencies that have received the kits already include Salvation Army. They have kits available at all of their activated respite and protective action sites. And just so you guys are aware, the numbers for the fatalities, it can take a long time for the numbers to be finalized. So while you do see that number here now, since they are not final 2020 numbers, they are subject to change. So if you see a difference in coming weeks, things like that, that is why. And that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marion. And next up from Denver Parks and Recreation, we have Senior Park Ranger, Luke Hauser. And we can advance to the next slide as well.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to be super brief. I only have this one slide. I was just asked to kind of go preliminarily what Denver Park Rangers experience day to day out in the field. Just a quick rundown. We are incredibly understaffed right now at 18 urban park rangers employed citywide. That's over 7 districts and covering 3 shifts, including overnight shifts. So maximizing public safety, it's always a precedent for park rangers, protect Denver resources and provide education to patrons. We try to do this through all of our contacts, from everything to enforcement to doing outreach for for our urban campers that are in a state of homelessness. Providing outreach materials is a huge part of that, and connecting them to the local services. I was asked explicitly to thank our members of the DDPHE for all of their help. I work with Matthew out in the field quite frequently, but most of these faces tonight, they help us out incredibly a lot out in the field, and we appreciate it. When we are able to, we provide emergency support for individuals that are in crisis, either through substance abuse or just any sort of mental health episode that they're having. And we act as liaisons for hosts, the SUN, the substance abuse navigators, and the shelter outreach. And as, of course, Denver police often offer us support as well. I had to revise this earlier today because we are one of the groups that has actively been trained by the DDPHE in terms of naloxone and Narcan distribution. Most of the individuals we run into in the park already have some naloxone on them. So we're usually stepping into a situation where we're administering a 2nd or 3rd dose in order to get that person out of an intoxicated state. And as of yesterday, we had to revise this from 5 to 7 since we've been trained of people that we've been able to reverse out of a state of an opioid crisis, specific to Civic Center Park. And we've, this is since 2020, and most of the rangers that are still employed with the city, they have this training, and they usually carry naloxone with them. And I'll stick around for the end in case anybody has any questions for me.
Thank you so much. And next up, we are back to Danica Lee with Public Health Investigations.
Thank you, Anne. So we're going to transition to talk about the role that DDPHE plays in evaluating encampments and any interventions. First of all, remember that our Denver Revised Municipal Code and our charter designate the responsibility to DDPHE to keep Denver clean, safe, and free of hazards that cause harm. And when you hear us talk about work that is done across various city agencies relating to encampments, when we're talking about, you'll hear us say the term cleanup. You will not hear us use the term sweep. Sweep is used by, I think commonly used to encompass a number of different actions. But for us, there are, we have very distinctive roles and interventions that have various agencies as leads. So we're going to talk a bit about those. But that term sweep really undermines, first of all, the person first approach that is taking the trauma-informed approach taken, and having worked with many staff across many different city agencies, I can tell you that everybody I interact with regularly brings a tremendous amount of compassion to the work that they do, and respect for the people that we work with and the people who are in many cases the worst moments of their lives. Let's see, next slide, please. So let's see, as I mentioned, our shared goal is to keep healthy cities, healthy spaces for all of our residents. We do not have a single purview of people experiencing homelessness. We have to look at our entire population, and we also have responsibility for the environment. We always try as a city to use the least restrictive intervention possible. And so what you're going to hear a bit about is that there's actually very few cleanups that are DDPHE-led actions. And so it's just a fraction, probably 1 or 2% of all of the cleanups that are conducted have DDPHE as a lead agency. And our intervention, our area restriction intervention, where we temporarily restrict access to an area so that it can be cleaned and remediated, that is a pretty dramatic intervention. And it's generally reserved for situations where lower level interventions have not been effective, and we do have some very significant hazards. So enacting a temporary area restriction is a last resort. And generally we will temporarily restrict an area, and then when it has been assessed and remediated, it will open back up. And so those actions are for an indeterminate amount of time. And I do want to tell everybody that before there's ever a DDPHE area restriction, there are many layers of interventions across all of the groups that you heard about tonight, but also others. So as a city, we really are trying to connect people with services, get them into shelter beds, if that's where we can get them, if we can convince them to be there. And we know that people's health is best served in indoor settings. Next slide.
I think that Dottie is up next. I believe that's the case.
Good evening.
Yes. There we go. We have Margaret Medellin from the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Margaret Medellin, and I am a deputy manager at the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. Also joining me tonight is our acting chief of staff, Nick Williams. And we're really here to join you today, and thank you for your partnership as we work together as a city on these efforts. And I want to give you just a brief overview of Dottie and who we are and how we fit into this big picture. So Dottie was formed in 2020, and this was formerly the Department of Public Works. And in 2020, Dottie was formed to expand our efforts around transportation and mobility. And at Dottie, we serve our community by being caretakers of our city's infrastructure. So this encompasses planning, design, construction, and then maintenance of all these parts of our city. And the group that is most involved in in this partnership is our solid waste management, and that is a division in the Utilities Administration. And if we go to the next slide, I just have a quick org chart for you to give some order to how we are structured. And you can see that a lot of DOTI is focused on the mobility functions in our city. Off to the far right, the utility functions, that is the administration that I lead. And within this administration, we have both the wastewater management and the division of solid waste. Next slide, please. So the way that we are involved in the encampment cleanups, and as you're hearing tonight, this is a citywide effort and partnership. At DOTI, we are charged by the city charter to remove encumbrances. And encumbrances, that means any trash, items that block the sideways, roadways. These are removable items that we come and clean, and also make sure that we are keeping our right-of-way clear and clean and safe for all of our citizens. So it is through the division of solid waste that we remove trash, we clean sidewalks, other right-of-ways. That includes sanitizing. We do have our large wastewater trucks that can come in and provide deep cleaning and sanitation. And then we also facilitate no-cost storage of personal belongings. And that can include unattended personal belongings that don't pose a public health or safety risk. Also, we're going to talk tonight, and I think the next slide, we're going to talk about our public restroom project. And I think Nick is joining us to give us a little more detail about that.
I am. Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I just want to touch on a couple areas where DOTI is involved with public restrooms. And also want to be clear, these are not intended to be exclusively used by folks experiencing homelessness. This is really a service to get more public restrooms and restroom facilities out into the right of way on there. So some folks may be familiar with the mobile trailer-based pilot program. This has been going on for a few years now. The city contracts for 2 trailers. These have been in the East Colfax area, Ballpark, downtown, transitioning right now to downtown after having spent some time in the Ballpark area on there. And these include 3 kind of full restrooms, toilet, sink, running water, including 1 ADA accessible unit. Part of the point of this pilot was to collect data on usage through different locations. And from that led to the funding of a fixed unit that is going up right now on 16th and Champa. We expect that to be open within the next month or 2 on there, and you can go by at any point and see kind of progress on the construction of that. So just 2 areas where we are involved in public restrooms.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Next up, we are back to public health investigations and Matt Wilms.
Thank you all so much for your time this evening. I know this is a late evening. This is my first board meeting, so I'm happy to be here and meet everybody virtually. I've been with the department for 6 years now, so it was overdue. As they introduced me, my name is Matthew Wilms. I was the level 3 investigator in charge of the assessment of encampments until recently. I was promoted, and we are working on filling that role now. But what I wanted to give you an idea of is how our area restrictions work, as well as kind of the timeline around those area restrictions, and also to give you just basic numbers of what we deal with as far as the area restrictions that we have implemented, as well as the number of complaints that we receive pertaining to the environmental factors seen in encampments. So as the term mentioned, area restriction is used when we have environmental and public health factors that present an imminent risk to public health or the environment. So within these encampments, we do find situations where we do have public health concerns, but we would use an area restriction in the case of which it was an imminent risk. This program began in 2018 as alleyway sanitation inspections, and it evolved into what it is today, really organically due to just the interaction between alleyway sanitation and encampment environmental factors. The tool that used here, this area restriction, the first one was used in 2018 in October. And this was due to severe safety conditions around Samaritan House. And this was severe rodent infestation, feces accumulation, trash, debris, sharps, large amount of propane tanks, and other fire hazards as well. So if you look over at the chart here, in 2018, we had our 1 area restriction. In 2019, we had 3. In 2020, we had 12. And in 2021, currently, we have had none. And with the 2020 number is higher due to there was a hold off on any cleanup occurring between about February and May. And that was citywide just due to many factors, including COVID. But with those camps being allowed to grow and establish, unfortunately, what we did see was many of them deteriorate into situations that began to impact not only the people in the camp, but the people around the camp, presenting those imminent risks to the public health, public safety, and the environment. So we did see a spike there in area restrictions that needed to happen. I can happily say that in 2021, we are not seeing camps rise to that level due to a lot of the help from our partners with early intervention, everybody who's talked to you this evening, and as well as Doty with their preemptive trash pickups and efforts prior to a cleanup occurring. Next slide, please. So bringing us closer to now, in 2020, we created the level 3 investigator position, and their focus was on the environmental and public health complaint response, and that included our environmental issues and public health issues that were brought to us by the public pertaining to encampment complaints. This position also still handled alleyway and rodent vector issues as well. One trend that we are seeing, and this is citywide, is that complaints pertaining to these encampment conditions are one of the most common complaints coming into 311 these days. And in the next slide, I'll show you specifically numbers for DDPHE for the numbers of complaints that we receive pertaining exclusively to encampment conditions. And I think I can continue to mirror here that PHI specifically, DDPHE, we all work very collaboratively with our other agencies as well as our other internal divisions to make sure that we are providing any and all available services and support interventions prior to a cleanup. And this is especially it's poignant that we talk about cleanups here towards the end of the presentation, because it really is a last resort, and it's not the tool that we grab for to begin. You can especially see that with the number of the area restrictions that we do implement. And with that said, most of the encampment cleanups are done under the DOTI authority for the encumbrance cleanup, because they do not rise to the level of a DDPHE area restriction. In the case of a DOTI cleanup, there is a 7-day posting that is required, and that gives people in a camp 7 days to remove possessions and find alternatives for living spaces, as well as getting connected to services. I just didn't hear that mentioned, and I wanted to bring that up, that there is that 7-day window of a posting for those DOTI cleanups that really does give people time to get put together as much as they are able to be so, but it also to have a chance to connect with services and service providers prior to a cleanup occurring. Next slide, please. So these are complaints regarding encampment conditions received by DDPHE. I apologize for the smaller numbers. It looks bigger on a presentation when you're making them. But we, number tracking and data management was one of the big reasons why we wanted to create a specific position for managing these complaints. So data metrically for keeping track of these didn't really begin very well until May of 2020. So you can see there we go from 44 to 52 to 42. And then we have a spike here in August of 2020. And then we continue there with that spike a little bit to 168, trickles down a little bit, stays in the hundreds, mid-100 range. And then we have this very large spike here last month. And the reason for this large spike is we began working very closely with the early intervention team. And that's a team out of the Department of Safety who are heavily involved in a lot of these connections of services as well. They're made up of fire, DPD resources, all the resources outlined today. But one of the things that we aligned with them was just they began to forward complaints that were relevant to encampment conditions to us. So it was another avenue to receive complaints. So that is the reason we had such a large spike there. With that being said, though, they are also experiencing a large increase in complaints, as is 311 in general. But these are complaints that are directly related to encampment conditions, specifically through the lens of a public health focus. So that's all I had for my slides. I'm going to pass this over to Danica, but the next slide is just a few photos of some of the encampment conditions that would present an area restriction possibility, and these all did result in area restrictions. But I'll let Danica walk you through some of the context for that.
Thank you, Matt. I want to let everybody know that we struggled a bit with whether we included pictures, because our intent is not to stigmatize, it's not to be inflammatory or sensationalize, but we do think it's really important for the board to understand the types of situations where DDPHE interventions may occur. And so what you see on the left is a picture from Veterans Park. There was a DDPHE area restriction and cleanup in very late July, I believe. Yeah, it was at the end of July. And that park that was between Civic Center Park and the state capitol had become an area where many, many people were camping for an extended period of time. There were tremendous amounts of food sources. We had people camping right on these spaces, and the whole park was riddled. Trees had to be removed as when the state park was closed. I went out and spoke with a woman who was pregnant, who we were able to work with the homeless outreach team to connect with shelter services. She was eight or so months pregnant, and she told me about how she had rats chewing through her tent at night. And so, you know, often what we hear from folks who are impacted by cleanups, many of the people understand the reasons why, and have, I am very confident saying that anybody displaced in an encampment that has been there for a while has interfaced with many service workers working to outreach. But that picture on the left was the day that park was cleared and and the cleanup efforts began. On the right are two pictures from outside of two different service provider facilities. And you can see, I mean, these areas are serviced with daily trash pickup throughout the weekdays. But a lot of times, you know, folks, some people experiencing homelessness may accumulate a lot of possessions. And so you can imagine that when these situations are occurring in, first of all, whenever they occur, they're impacting the people who are living in those spaces. That is not a safe area to live in. And certainly those impacts do not stop with the people who are living in the encamped space. So we're really trying to provide healthy spaces for everybody, connect people with services, and remediate these types of situations and scenarios. And with these two pictures on the right, we actually had the service provider, the overnight shelter facility, reaching out, imploring the city to help clear the areas off, because often when something accumulates to this degree, it is very difficult for people who need to access the services in the building to get into the building. A lot of times people are intimidated, and we heard great thanks from service providers for helping to, make the spaces healthier, connect people with services, and also make their, services more accessible to folks in need. Next slide, please. So I want to talk briefly about CDC guidance, because this is something that's been raised repeatedly. It's been raised in the media, and there are a lot of people and advocates who assert that DDPHE is disregarding CDC guidance with interventions, with cleanup interventions, and with those area restrictions. Again, those area restrictions are a small number. They represent a very small portion of the cleanup activities covered by the city. But CDC guidance is generally broad, high level, and singularly focused. And so it's generally, giving guidance for a health agency to kind of adhere to the spirit of. And in this case, with CDC guidance, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, their CDC did put out guidance discouraging that encampments be disrupted if there were not connections to short-term and long-term shelter and housing services. What I hope that you have heard tonight is that the city and DDPHE specifically has been hugely involved in building out services and interventions. Hey, buddy, go ahead of my room. I'm almost done. Sorry about that. And so we really do feel strongly that, we are meeting CDC guidance. Also keep in mind, as I said before, we are not singularly focused. We don't have the ability to singularly focus on the health of a single population. And so when we think about people experiencing homelessness, we certainly very disproportionately dedicate our resources, as we should, to supporting that population. But we also have to think about the health and safety of our environment. We have statutory responsibilities, and we want to keep our city safe and healthy for everybody, people experiencing homelessness, as well as everybody else that visits our city and lives and works in our spaces. And I think I will leave it at that on the CDC piece, and turn it over to Anne. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danica, and a huge thanks to all the presenters and to the board for your time tonight. That concludes our presentation.
So, members of the board, what questions do you have?
I have a question, I think maybe for Britta, maybe for Danica. I'm curious, what are the factors that keep people in the encampments versus going to a different level of support? Understanding that there aren't enough homes or permanent housing for everybody, but what are the things unique to that population that make the encampments remain despite the services that are available?
Thanks for that question. It is preferable and for everyone to be housed. It's possible for everyone to be housed, and we believe that people can be housed, especially with supports and services. So we do start from that assumption in our approach. And like I said, we're growing our resources, but as you pointed out, we don't currently have ready and available affordable housing for everyone to move into right away. But we have done some really great efforts that have shown us some of what you're asking about, which is how do you create that person-centered path to help someone reach housing stability. 5 years ago, we started the Social Impact Bond Program, which said, 200 of our highest utilizers of our jail were costing around $7.2 million per year. Couldn't we better put people in housing with services and supports and save dollars and help to connect people with those housing and services? So we got investors to help give us the money so that we could build housing and have these housing and supports. And we moved now more than 330 households into this social impact bond housing program. So of those 330 households that were high utilizers of our jail and our emergency rooms, when we could sit down and we could make the pathway to housing real and say, we have an apartment for you, and we had built relationship and trust, and we could really deliver on the housing, only one said no. Everyone else said yes. And even when that one person said no, I feel like that's a call to us to continue to work on that person-centered approach to find the path to yes there. So I don't think it's people not wanting to be housed. It is really what we've seen time and time again, helping to find the right path for each person to have the supports, the trust, the relationship, and the availability of housing to make it work.
Two other quick questions. I don't think you provided a number, but do you have an estimate of the total number of people that presently live by encampment?
So in general, when you look at homelessness, we see somewhere between 20 and 25% of people experiencing homelessness in an outdoor environment, which tells you that about 75% to 80% tend to be in an indoor environment, like shelter, safe haven, or domestic violence shelters, or transitional housing programs. So that has been true in several communities, though in some of the coastal cities where it is warmer, it's an even higher proportion. But here in Denver, it depends a little bit by gender identity and others as to exactly what percent, but it's between 20 and 25% basically.
So one more thing, just kind of getting back to the first question. What's the difference between someone who is experiencing homelessness that sort of gets more directly to services and is able to bypass, say, an encampment situation versus somebody who is in an encampment? Is it just kind of the luck of the draw? Some people just happen to be in the right place at the right time, or is it a stepwise thing that initially a lot of people don't have anywhere to go, so they're, whether it's an encampment per se or backseat of the car or a tent, somewhere hidden away. I'm just curious, do you see differences in how some people tend to get into services more quickly than others, or into stable housing more quickly than others?
That's not a simple answer kind of question, but I'll try to address some of the themes here, which, when we look at our approach, we say trauma informed because what we know is that the majority of people experiencing homelessness have had significant trauma, and that being in a state of experiencing homelessness and housing crisis is in of itself trauma. And so when we think about that, we need to know that everyone's response to trauma is different. And as humans, we want both autonomy and community, and it can be a struggle. One of the reasons that I see that people want to be in community, they want to be together. And so whether that's an outdoor space or a congregate space or a non-congregate space, we just live with some of that tension. As far as other issues, we do have people experiencing homelessness, and our point in time studies show about 12 to 17% identify having mental health issues or substance misuse issues. And I know that there are more people with those particular issues of substance misuse and mental health that are in our outdoor environment and having unsheltered homelessness. But I would just remind us all that I'll still firmly believe and advocate that any person can be housed when we think about the purview of this department, and we think about 50 million people in our country struggling with mental health issues, or 20 million people struggling with substance misuse issues, and about 1.5 million Americans experiencing homelessness, we know that the vast majority who are struggling are doing it from a place of housing stability and housing. And so when we can wrap people with the services, we know that it's still possible to help people get housed.
Thanks. That's really helpful.
Hand up to help answer as well.
So can I just say something really quickly before I take any other questions? So as I watch this presentation, the dean, I can't help but to put on my dean hat and my professor hat, and I have to wonder if you all who did the presentation, while I appreciate there was a lot of information that we received, so I will acknowledge that. For me, it was just off target, because I kept wondering, were the questions that we submitted in January received by those who put the presentation together? Because it just missed the mark for me. I was sitting here with my paper of questions, and I felt like I feel when I'm in the professor role grading my assignments that I assign to the students. And I couldn't connect the assignment that was assigned with the assignment that we received back, because there were questions that were answered as far as Hep A outbreak and public health investigations timeline. We got information for Wellness Winnie stats for engagement, for substance use navigators. We received information on COVID vaccine, 19 vaccination strategies and testing. I saw something regarding Homeless Leadership Council, which I've never even heard of, and we don't know who sits on that. That would have been great to receive information on. So while all of that was great information, I felt like we were going all around the mulberry bush, but we weren't hitting the target for me. We weren't landing on all of these 11 questions that we asked. And so I'm still walking away wondering this information, right? As far as these things, like advocates suggest that there's finger pointing among city agencies regarding who makes the call for sweeps. Is there a multi-agency group that discusses strategy and alternatives prior to executing the sweeps, or when it appears encampments may be getting to the point where a sweep may become necessary? And there were 4 different sub-points, and none of those were addressed. We asked about DDPHE, or the mayor's office, describing the long-term strategy to address the homelessness issue and how city agencies are working to achieve the goals of the strategy. How have we evolved from Denver's Road Home? What resources are available to help people that helps them avoid living in an encampment? What is the flow process like for those who are persons experiencing homelessness who have gone through a sweep? Are they placed in a shelter, etc.? So there are multiple questions that I still don't have answers to, although, again, I do appreciate the fact that you all put work into the presentation. I just feel like after 2 months and us not being able to even receive the presentation last night, so I feel like you all are working down to the wire, I still don't have my questions addressed. So I did have to go ahead and address that. So what other board members have questions or statements about the presentation that we just saw?
Well, thank you, Janine. I ditto what you said. There was a lot of gaps that were unfilled with regard to our questions. But then some of the presentation brought up some additional questions for me, in addition to some of the ones that were already brought up that weren't answered. But this is a specific question, and I don't know if you all look at this, but it seems like there's a disproportionate amount of the African American community impacted by homelessness. And I'm wondering if there have been any targeted strategies for this population, considering the disproportionate impact that's occurring. And if so, has there been ways in which you've engaged that population to see if there are strategies that they might come up with to help inform, the work that you all are doing?
I think in terms of the,
Go ahead, Danica.
Well, I was, in terms of strategies to support people experiencing homelessness in different populations, I think that falls more under host. And so I was going to ask if Britta could address that.
I'm happy to. Thanks for that question. Yes, so we're, maybe to answer one of the previous speaker's questions as well, the chair. The question was, how does Denver's Road Home evolved? And then your question about how we're reaching different populations. So maybe I didn't say enough about how the Department of Housing Stability came to be, but it was from Denver's Road Home and the Housing Department within Economic Development and Opportunity coming together to stitch together that housing spectrum. As far as how we include people with lived expertise and specifically overrepresented racial groups, we look to include lived expertise in our strategic planning. We currently have a 5-year strategic planning process happening right now, and we have specific outreach and inclusion of lived expertise. Our Housing Stability Strategic Advisors has the strongest emphasis on lived expertise as to who was selected for those roles by council and the mayor. And we do have people on our staff with lived expertise and as well. So those are some of the ways, and we do work with nonprofit partners who help to create specific programs to meet different population needs as well. That's a short answer to what could be a really longer question. And it sounds like many of the other questions could take a lot of discussion as well.
So have you all considered getting human rights and community partnerships involved, or the Denver African American Commission involved with this work, or Denver Latino Commission involved, being that the disparities so greatly impact the African American and the Latino communities? Maybe a strategy that you consider.
Well, thanks for that suggestion. And we do partner with HRCP. In fact, one of my staff members is a commissioner as well. And we do work with many distinct groups and community groups and neighborhood groups as well to inform our policies and practices.
Well, I am the vice chair of the advisory board for HRCP, and we are not working with HOST regarding this initiative in any means. I am also the co-chair of the Denver African American Commission, and we are not working with HOST regarding any of this. So may want to have some more conversations with those of us who are sitting at the table is what I would suggest.
I'm happy to follow up on that, as I understand that my staff member, Chris Connor, has been participating in that, but I'm happy to follow up on that.
Yeah, Chris, I know, just transitioned off. We are trying to figure out how he can maintain, you know, being on human rights community partnerships, but he did, his term just did expire, I believe in February. So if you all are not replacing him, so you may, and I know this is not the place for the conversation, but may want to just figure out how to continually or re-involve HRCP in this really important topic.
So I wanted to talk about some of the things we've heard repeatedly regarding the sanitation needs. And I certainly understand, you know, there comes a point where the cleanup is needed. At the same time, you know, throughout our city, there are people living in cars that hopefully aren't going to end up in an encampment, but who still have sanitation needs. And there are sanitation needs of people who don't have adequate housing, so I would say, and I don't exactly know which camp is the wrong word, but where they fall. What are we doing as a city to address those basic needs that people have who are just right on the edge of being in those encampments? And you know, I live in an expensive part of town, and my neighborhood is full of people living in their cars or their campers or their whatever.
Well, again, I think, Celia, I think that's more of a housing question versus versus a question for Denver, for DDPHE. Britta, do you have thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, my internet cut out for just a moment while you were asking the last part of the question. It was something about your neighborhood and then people in cars and thinking.
Well, so frankly, Bob, I don't think it's a a house, it is a health and sanitation issue where, to me, part of the reason we're having this conversation, and I think part of the point that Janine was expressing, was that we need to be addressing a whole spectrum of issues before folks end up in an encampment. And those issues include sanitation, and they include, the opportunity to use a restroom, and the opportunity to take a shower, and the opportunity to have their trash, have somewhere to put their trash, such that we don't end up in these things that look like the pictures that Danica showed. And yes, in the ideal world, and I don't want to say that in terms of like it's not achievable. In the world that we are all striving for, people will be housed such that they don't need that interim sanitation step, but we still need to be working to provide the interim sanitation for those who are kind of somewhere in the middle on that spectrum. And maybe middle is a bad term.
Well, I think, Celia, if I understand your question, I thought the question was, what are we doing for those that are on the verge of homelessness, perhaps living in their cars? What are some of those early intervention strategies to keep that from progressing to something more severe? So perhaps I misunderstood your question. But I guess my response to that would be, certainly if those conditions progress to something that becomes a sanitation issue, then DDPHE is going to do everything we can to address that. I thought the question was more about early interventions for those that are on the verge of homelessness, but perhaps I misunderstood.
Yeah, I guess my point is that what I heard a lot from DDPHE today is inspection and cleanup, which is downstream. And Britta's goal is to be upstream, but there's this whole stretch of the river in between. And in that stretch of the river in between, there are a whole variety of services needed that include, from a public health perspective, include sanitation needs. And that's where I was going, is how are we addressing those things that are between the upstream and the downstream?
Yeah, well, I think there's a number of strategies there that we all work on collaboratively, to include mapping where hand sinks are. I know that our partners in Department of Transportation and Infrastructure will provide trash cans and trash bags in those areas where they're needed. I don't know if they're still on with us on the call here, but we work very closely with HOST and DOTI to provide those services where we see that it's needed. To the extent that we can get ahead of those problems, we try to provide that. So I hope that gets at some of your questions. I know that DOTI does provide that. Again, trash cans, they've done that in some of the locations that were referenced tonight in the slide deck. They've provided trash bags in locations so that, and they swing by and routinely collect that. Trash bags and collect trash from containers that they provide. So those services are provided to the extent that we can do that in advance before it escalates. And the pictures that you saw tonight, again, as Danica pointed out, those were pictures where those services are provided. So sometimes we do everything we can. It doesn't necessarily mean that that it won't progress to the point where we have to post a notice, but we do everything we can to keep it from getting to that point.
So Bob, this is Alicia, and I think one of the things that I hear from folks and what they're concerned about is having, this city agency saying it's that city agency and that kind of thing. So I really appreciate having all of the different city agencies that presented today here be able to share kind of an overview of what their role is. I'm wondering though, just for DDPHE and that specific part of the cleanups, is there a specific criteria that you utilize to say if this, and this is going on, then we're going to do a sweep? Or what is the specific criteria or guidelines for you, and again, cleanup, so to say? What are the specific guidelines that you all utilize to say, okay, at this point we have to go out and do a cleanup?
Mhm. Okay, so just to reiterate a little bit, there are different types of cleanups. 1 or 2% of those are under the purview of DDPHE. And I think, Alicia, your question is the age-old question about public health. When are conditions severe enough that that warrants something that we would deem an imminent public health risk? And it's not just with respect to those conditions that we see in encampments, it's in all the venues that we go into. When has a food service establishment reached that point where we need to close it? When is a swimming pool bad enough that we would have to close it? We look at a lot of things related to the spread of infectious disease, but not just those parameters. We also look at the degree to which they exist. Matt Wilms, who I don't think is with us anymore, but has developed he does a lot of the assessment for us, and he's developed a sheet of criteria that he will use for consistency in making that analysis. But again, it's the presence of trash, it's biohazardous waste, it's presence of rodents, it's many things that we look at. And then not just on the public health side, but also on the environmental health side. So we'll take a look at what is the location of the encampment, and do we have a lot of trash washing down into the storm drains, and how much and what type of trash. So it's not as clear cut as just saying a list of things. It's a wide range of public health conditions and environmental health conditions, and the degree to which they exist.
I am here, Bob. So you did a great job of explaining that, though. Thank you.
You know, another question that's come up a lot in the public comment we've gotten is this notion of what's really the city's responsibility. Tonight they were talking about bathroom facilities and facilities for maintaining the health of the population, and trash facilities. I mean, I can't remember all the specific things, but a lot of people have talked to us like, not only do they not like the fact that these cleanups take place, but that the city has some responsibility for the care and well-being of this population experiencing homelessness. It would be helpful to have somebody talk about, kind of from the philosophical or the policy perspective, what does the city see as their ultimate responsibility beyond the or do they see a responsibility beyond referral to services and obviously providing some services, or at least facilitating the provision of services? Can somebody speak to that?
Well, thank you, Chris, for the question. I'm certainly not going to speak on behalf of the city. What I will say is that from a public health standpoint, we're always trying to encourage those that are experiencing homelessness to use services indoors. I am never going to be in a position to say that the conditions in which we've posted notices, that it's safer to live in those conditions than to have people move indoors to take advantage of those services. I think you're aware that recently 2 safe outdoor sites were stood up to support access to those services. And we've done a lot of things like mapping of hand sinks and providing trash bags and things that I mentioned earlier. But again, I don't want to speak for the city, but we are trying to connect people with resources that through our sheltering system, and where that's not provided, we try to provide services, supplies like the things that were mentioned tonight. So, and I think we want to continue to move in that direction to try to connect people to resources, try to get them to use those resources indoors, and for those that can't, trying to connect them with resources that can help them get over those barriers that they have with using the resources that the city provides. So Britta, I don't know if you want to add to that about, what your thoughts are, because it is, these are policies that we all collectively contribute to. And so I don't want to just, speak for the city as just a representative of one department.
Thanks, Bob. I think I covered this a bit in the presentation, but we do feel a call to health, housing, and connectedness for all in Denver, and housing stability for all. And so we continue to work towards that, and we do it with the resources that we have, the partners that we have, and continue to grow that every day. But it is not just a government responsibility in my mind. I think we have community responsibility to one another and to the care of our fellow humans. So to go philosophical, that I would go to that level, that it's something community-wide, and we have a role as a government official of a department, but we also have a role as fellow humans.
Thanks.
All right, do any other board members have any questions or comments?
Well, I have a comment. I think Britta talked about what in the public health world you call social determinants of health, and how much they're related to homelessness. And I would like to see the department have an approach that is further upstream than inspection and response. And I feel like that's the part on the part of the department. I did hear, we're working with partners, but those partners, and I don't want to discount that, because that's really important that you're working with the shelters, and but a lot of what I heard from the department was inspection and dealing with people with substance use issues and response that is when we've got a health and sanitation problem that needs to be dealt with. And I do not want to discount that, because it is important that those issues need to be dealt with. And at the same time, I would like to see an effort to move a little further upstream, because it's not just house and respond to when a cleanup is needed. There's a lot of middle ground in between, and I would like to see some thought on how the department fits in there and how that relates to the social determinants of health.
Thank you, Celia.
Oh, if I could just real quick, we have a purview within our agency. There are public health impacts to many different elements of programs managed out at external agencies. And so, a lot of the questions that have come up are somewhat under the purview of host, and they have done a tremendous amount of amazing work. And we partner with them. We're working with them on their strategic planning process. We're providing input to, inform the policy work that they're doing. But we also have a very wide range of responsibilities. And so we do have to defer to other agencies that have more primary roles in certain areas. And I would say that this is one of them.
Go ahead, Elise, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I appreciate that, but I think that while DDPHE and I'm sure host and others have a significant number of responsibilities within their individual apartments, these issues aren't happening in silos. And so just connecting and trying to develop some type of multi-sector and maybe this already exists, but some kind of way working as a collaboration more closely to address some of these determinants before they actually start to occur is what's important, because I think that we get into these types of conversations and these situations oftentimes because we are working in silos and we are just referring it to a different department, or, I just feel like there's something to be said, or something not to be said, but to be done among a collective department in strategizing and creating an overall plan that engages all of the departments, similar to what you just did tonight. All of you came together to give us a presentation about the different work that you're doing. It seems very independent of one another, I will say, but is there some type of way that we can strategically come up with some approaches that doesn't just tell me to, oh no, that's the responsibility of host, or oh no, that's the responsibility of Dottie, or oh no, that's the responsibility of the Wellness Winnie under DDPHE. I think that in order for us to advance equity and to address the social determinants that we've been so keen on at DDPHE, we have to figure out how we work together to address some of these challenges before they begin to be challenges. And that's the continuing problem that I see within DDPHE in the time that I've been serving. And I'm not saying that the significant work is not being done. It's the way in which we're doing our work to ensure that we're addressing things before they occur. So I appreciate that, you know, these departments have significant levels of work and may be understaffed and not have all the resources that they would like to have, but none of us ever do. And so I don't know if it's putting our resources together or creating some type of coalition. I don't have all of the answers, but I think there's more to be said about really thinking about how we address those determinants before they become challenges.
If I can respond to that, I think both yours and Celia's comment, I can appreciate that. And I will tell you that we are in the process of assembling a governance body, if you will. And this is something new that is taking place within the last month or so. And it involves representatives such as myself, my counterpart in host Britta Fisher, my counterpart in Dottie, and members of a number of different departments, including safety and others, to get to have the discussions about the questions that you're asking tonight. How can we work together more collaboratively to intervene earlier? I think what we tried to do tonight, and it sounds like perhaps we missed the mark, but in previous meetings, what I heard, and Madam Chair, I want to recognize that you called out some questions that we didn't answer tonight, but what I, at least in part, what I had heard in previous meetings was that the board would like an understanding of what the city is doing across the board to address homelessness. Everything that's preventative, early interventions, much of which was discussed tonight, and some of those are some of those things that might be reactionary when conditions are such that you saw tonight in some of the slides. So that's what we tried to do tonight. It sounds like we still have some work to do in answering the board's questions, and we will follow up on that. But I would respectfully say that I don't think we entirely missed the mark, because what I heard in previous board meetings that you'd like to have a better understanding of what the city is doing to address homelessness. And I think a lot of that information was shared with you tonight. So with that, what I would suggest is that I will get together with Britta and our counterparts and Will to try to do a better job at addressing some of those questions that that our board chair appropriately pointed out, that we didn't quite answer those questions. So we will follow up on that.
You know,
I'm sorry.
If I could answer Ms. Brown's question as well, I'd like to, because I'd like to take responsibility, because I'm the chief housing officer, and while host cannot do everything, we all serve people experiencing homelessness, again, across many agencies, as you pointed out. We are at host are the drivers of the strategies for how we are looking to help provide that housing stability and work together as a collective. We were created in October of 2019. 4 months later, a pandemic hit, and we were side by side with Bob, Danica, and your whole team here in really trying to do life-saving work. But we have continued to do strategic planning throughout that. And as Bob said, we're taking it to the executive levels and making sure that all of our agencies are bought into these strategies, because so many hundreds of people have been giving input to these strategies. And so I definitely take responsibility that we do have a coordinated approach, and I'm helping to spearhead that in partnership with my colleagues. I think the second level of your question, though, is even better, which is that if we're going to work upstream, it can't just be the city, right? Like, we have to be working with systems, because we see the failure from healthcare, from our Department of Corrections and other things. Like, if we want to work upstream, to Ms. Vanderloop's question, we have to be working with our counterparts at the state, the federal level, at HICPUF, corrections, at all sorts of different levels. And so I spend a lot of my time in those places talking about how can we get Medicaid eligibility for people experiencing homelessness and not make them go through a 6-month process to get it, and to keep it for more than a year when they're in crisis. So, you know, it's those kind of conversations, and it takes a lot of background, diplomatic, joint efforts to move systems, but that's what it's going to take to dismantle the structurally racist systems that we've had.
And you know what, Britta, I appreciate that. I don't want to devalue any of the work that's being done. And I understand the ideal of having to work with all of these different groups, but we often, it frustrates me when I hear things like, you know, this is the responsibility of another group, or, you know, that doesn't fall under our purview, because I feel like it all in some ways works together. And that's all I was trying to point out, is that it's important that we do that systems level policy and advocacy work as well, and working with community groups, et cetera. We do it on the ground. And we're expected to do it as mobilizers and organizers within our communities and organizations. And so we need that same level of commitment from those that are working from an internal standpoint to be those advocates too, especially or those that are in these senior level roles. And it sounds like that's something that you're spearheading and doing as the head of housing. But how can we ensure that, and Bob is doing it as the head of DDPHE, but how do we bring that together to really start to think about the broader picture? And then in turn, how does the board then support those efforts as the board of public health? So just my thoughts.
Well, I think, Alicia, I think we're all talking the same language here, that we need to figure out ways to have earlier interventions, and perhaps maybe not so many strategies that are responsive to problems after they get out of hand. And so that goes back to what I had said earlier, that we are in the process, and I say we, I mean Britta and Euless Cleckley, my counterpart in Dottie, Murphy Robinson, my counterpart in safety, all of us, many department heads are coming together under the leadership of the mayor's office to strategize about how we can implement some of those earlier interventions and social determinants that you and Celia referenced in the last few minutes. So that work is very much underway. And we're happy to come back and provide updates on that. I think our goal tonight, and again, I see how maybe we missed the mark on some of the questions, but we tried very hard to come together collectively to tell you everything that we're doing, both some things that are reactionary to problems, but many, many things that are early intervention work that often is not the highlight of what we do. You know, our response to encampment cleanups is often the focus. That's what gets the focus. But there's so much work that goes on that's done by Britta's team and my team and Dottie and the Department of Safety to help people experiencing homelessness that is not highlighted. And we wanted to bring that to your attention, believing that at least in part, that's what you wanted to hear. So again, I think we'll circle our wagons after tonight. And think about how we can come back and answer in more detail some of those questions that Dr. Duran pointed out. And then come back and give some updates on that initiative that I spoke of, where all of our department heads are getting together to strategize on more earlier interventions. Happy to do that.
All right, and I just want to be clear. I do appreciate the collaborative effort, and again, I do appreciate the presentation that was given and the information. I do want to say that we as board members were asked specifically what it is that we wanted to hear in the presentation, what information we were looking for. And so I personally was under the impression that over this last 2 months that we've been waiting to hear this presentation, that our specific questions, these 11 questions that we had, were going to be answered via this presentation. Not that we were going to just receive kind of random information that you all felt it would be good for us to hear. We had some very pointed information, some very pointed questions that we wanted answers to. And so again, while I very much appreciate the information that was presented, there was a gap for me. And as a person who is well versed in qualitative and quantitative research, when I am looking to have an understanding for something, I'm starting out with a research question, and that's the question I'm going to get answered. For me, tonight, we had 10 different questions because our number 11 had already been answered by Will regarding the training. So we had 10 questions that had not been answered. So that's why my question when I started was, did you all receive the list of questions that we wanted answered for this presentation? And because to me, we didn't get those questions answered. And so I appreciate the information that we got. And that's why I just felt it was kind of going around the mulberry bush. And so with that, I will find out, do any other board members have any questions or comments that they want to offer to DDPHE or to the other agencies that presented this evening?
Well, I want to thank everybody. I really appreciate, here we are at 9:30, and a lot of people have probably been working since 8 o'clock this morning. And I appreciate your time and energy and effort and pulling together everything. And it's such a difficult issue, and it has so many facets, and I know there's so many people working really hard on it. And at the same time, we all can do better. We all can do better. So I just want to say thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone for your time. Board, I wanted to ask how you all would feel about moving the status of the board policy recommendation to next month meeting, as I would love to have more than 15 minutes allotted for that conversation so that we can be able to ask questions and have an appropriate amount of time. And it's late. So are you all okay with that? Or, do I need a motion to do that? Or how do you feel about that?
Good idea.
Yes, I think so too.
I would.
All right. So Will, if we could move that to next month's agenda and allow, I would say at least 30 minutes on the agenda for that, so the department can present whatever it was that they were going to present, and the board has enough time to ask any questions or give any comments that they have. That would be great.
Very good.
And Bob, I want to ask, did you have anything else that you wanted to offer to the board regarding the presentation or anything else?
No, just that it's clear to me that we still have some questions to answer, and I'm committed to circling up with the team. Will, do we have those questions?
Yes.
Okay, then let's circle up and get answers back to the board on those. And then we'll look forward to, and I appreciate actually deferring the last agenda item to next month, because it is important. We're doing a lot of work in that space with equity and race and social justice, and I don't think we'll do justice to it in just 15 minutes. So I appreciate the decision to move it to next month.
No problem. And again, I do appreciate all of the work that all of the departments did collaborating on, on this presentation tonight. And with that, if I can have, let me ask, are there any other items for discussion before I just move straight to asking for the motion to adjourn? Were there any other items that the board has for discussion?
Maybe just one quick follow-up, maybe towards Will. The community members that spoke at the beginning of the meeting, and we've talked about this in the past, about just circling back with them. Will that happen again as a result of tonight's conversation?
Yep. A general email thanking them for speaking before the board, sharing the charter language, just as we discussed, outlining the different responsibilities of the board.
But maybe also talking about some of the specific questions that they asked tonight, and the action that the department and this board is taking.
Yes, we can. I can go back and listen to the comments and maybe offer different resources and information specific to what they were talking about, if that's what you'd like.
I think a lot of the people that of the three that spoke before have been on with us this whole time.
And Jim, we had talked about previously kind of a general message to share with folks after they sign up and give public comment, but I don't remember tailored responses to people who sign up and give public comment, if that's what you mean.
Maybe not a tailored response, but just I think speaking to how the issues that they raised are being addressed, because I think we did talk about some of the specific strategies and actions that are being taken by the department.
I can certainly address that. Happy to.
All right. Was there anything else from any other board member?
I just wanted to see if I could have Britta's contact information because I have questions that might be specific to her. Like an email address.
We've got the nice naming protocols in the city. So it's Britta with 2 T's, Fisher with a C, with a dot in between at denvergov.org.
Thank you, Britta.
Mm-hmm. I'm terrible at email because I get a lot, but I try.
Oh boy, well, what about a phone number? What are you best at? I don't want to be ignored.
I'm probably not going to rattle that off on a public meeting at the moment, but you can start.
Oh, right. I probably can get it from the department or someone at the department, but I just want to follow up with you with something totally different than what we're talking about tonight.
I will help close that loop.
Thank you, Will.
All right. Any other board members with any final comments or questions?
I make a motion to adjourn.
All right. Any seconds?
I'll second.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
We'll see you next month.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Britta. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.